security. So when we talk about the cybersecurity is the use of technologies to protect system, network, and data from cyber attacks. Okay, so simply when we are talking about the security and the cybersecurity, it is simply protecting the system resources from the cyber attacks, and it's designed to reduce the risk of unauthorized access to the system and network itself. So, cybersecurity refers to the practice of protecting computer systems, network devices, and data from cyber threats, attacks, and unauthorized access. It involves a combination of technologies, processes, and best practices designed to secure digital assets against malicious activity. So, like malicious attacks would not be harming the data and resources because we actually implement the cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is essential for individuals, businesses, and governments to ensure confidential, confidentiality, integrity, and availability, that is CIA trade. So these three actually form a trade, and that also we'll be talking about. There are different types of cybersecurity also, like network security, application security, cloud security, endpoint security, IoT security. So that also will be discussed. So the key elements or the types you can say here. When we talk about the network security, simply it protects data sent to the device through network. Like protecting the computer network from the attacks is network security. You are securing the data and resources through the network, on the network, you can say, when the data is getting transmitted from one place to another on the network that time. When we talk about the information security, so it ensures the data privacy, protection, and integrity. And application security, like securing software applications from vulnerabilities and exploits. Another thing, like operational security is there. So simply the like managing and protecting digital assets such as like servers, databases, and cloud resources. So that is the operational security, when you are actually protecting the digital assets which are simply for the operational purposes. So servers, databases, and cloud resources. Then the disaster recovery and business continuity. So simply implementing plans to recover from cyber incidents and maintain operations. So like these are the key elements, you can say the key elements of the cyber security. Then when we talk about the importance, that what is the importance? So definitely in today's era, it is really very important because cyber security is the practice of protecting system, network, and programs from digital attack. So we are like right now digitally equipped. Every time we are using the digital things. Digital equipments are there, which we are using every time. We are surrounded by it. Our mobile phone, laptop, even watch, smartwatch, and all we are using. So many digital equipments we are having, and we are actually surrounded by the digital equipment. So the cyber security is necessary for like protecting the system, network, and other things from the cyber attacks. So that is necessary definitely. Now, first one is like protecting sensitive information. So in today's world, firstly, it's necessary to protect the sensitive information. First, you can say focus should be on the sensitive data. So personal and financial data are at risk of being stolen or misused. So cybersecurity like you can say it measures like what it is there. Like cybersecurity basically measures the risk and help to protect the data. Identity theft. So identity theft is there and data breaches are there. So firstly, we have to simply analyze that where it is prone to attack. What data or resources prone to attack, and then only we will be able to apply the cybersecurity measures to it to protect against the threats and breaches. Then preventing cyber attacks. So definitely cyber criminals are there, and they deploy malware, ransomware. There are different types of, you can say, attacks. We will be talking about them in detail. So like malware, ransomware, phishing attack to exploit vulnerabilities. Okay, vulnerabilities are loopholes. Okay, loopholes where the issue can be present. Vulnerability means where the issue can be present, you can say. So simply cyber security helps to mitigate these threats. So simply you will be able to come out of that with the help of the cyber security, come out of the problems, the issues which are getting generated due to the threats or the malicious softwares. So ensuring business continuity. So companies rely on secure system for uninterrupted operations. So simply the companies rely on the secure system. Definitely they need the security for uninterrupted operations. So if there are some malicious attack there, or you can say viruses inside the computer systems, or inside the system, definitely in the complete system, so it will be creating issue. So companies rely on secure systems for the uninterrupted operation. They want the smooth operations. Cybersecurity prevents disruptions caused by the attacks or system failure. So cybersecurity is simply making your systems secure, you can say. Definitely, as the name implies. Then safeguard the critical infrastructure. So sectors like healthcare, banking, transportation, and power grids are increasingly targeted by cyber attacks. Okay, in the healthcare sector, data can be stolen. Banking, transportation, everywhere, every time the data is actually on the network, you can say on the cloud and all. So yes, definitely the security measures are there. I'm not saying that security is not there, but yes, security is there because it has been thought about. It has been measured that okay, in the healthcare sector, in the banking sector, in the transportation, in the power grid. So these places, and there are many more sectors actually where cyber attacks can be there. So simply it is prone to the cyber attacks. So cyber security ensures their safety and the proper and smooth functionality. Then the compliance with the legal regulatory requirements. So simply the organizations must adhere to regulations such as the GDPR. So simply GDPR, HIPAA, that is HIPAA, and CCPAA. These are some regulations, you can say. So the GDPR is simply the General Data Protection Regulation, and simply the HIPAA, you can say, is like health insurance related. Okay, Portability and Accountability Act. It is like when we talk about HIPAA, and when we talk about the CCPA. So CCPA basically is one cyber protection. You can say like it is from California Consumer Privacy Act. So this Protection Act is simply like a privacy act which is simply from California. You can say CCPA refers to the California Consumer Privacy Act, or the Central Consumer Protection Authority. So two different full forms, you can say, for the CCPA are present. So simply the common one is the Central Consumer Protection Authority, and these all like are the organizations which are actually making the regulations. They are actually generating the rules and regulations to simply apply for the cyber security. Then the maintaining public trust. So definitely cyber incidents can harm an organization's reputation also. If in some particular organization the data is getting stolen and some criminal act has been done, so simply the you can say organization will be responsible for it, and their reputation will be definitely down. There can be case on them, like law and order. So strong cyber security practices help build and maintain trust with customers. So it is necessary to secure their data. The customer's data is very necessary, and we have to take care of it, whichever firm, whichever organization it is. It's very necessary to make sure that the data of the customers, employees, even everybody's data who is connected to an organization should be very secure. It should not be distributed, it should not be harmed or altered. That's very important. Now, simply let's talk about the common cyber threats and attack. Although I will be discussing about it in very detail in some different context also, but right now, for brief intro to the common cyber attacks and threats, I will be talking about. So simply the malware and the phishing. Malware is basically nothing but the malicious software. So simply when the malware term is used, so it is nothing but the malicious software. Okay, the type of the software that is designed to harm a device or steal data. Okay, it is the short form you can say of the malicious software. And simply malware is installed on the device without the user's knowledge, and it can steal, encrypt, or delete data. And it can also alter or hijack core computer functionalities. It can spy on a computer's activity without their, like you can say, user's permission. So simply, it is definitely dangerous. So it includes like inside the malware, the viruses, worm, Trojan, spyware, like ransomware, all these comes. Then when we talk about the phishing, so it is the fraudulent practice of sending emails or other messages, or like you can say, to form the reputable companies in order to induce individuals to reveal personal information. Okay, so simply fraudulent attempts, it is like attempt to steal the sensitive information like passwords, credit card details by pretending to be trustworthy entity via email messages. Someone takes your phone and like simply message someone pretending you that okay, A is stealing phone of B, and A is sending some message to C from B's phone. So some definitely the like C will be understanding that okay, B has sent the message. Or sometimes it happens that people hack the Facebook or Insta account, and they just you must have heard about it, manipulate the post. They post someone like simply they post or they message someone something which should not be actually done like that. Then the ransomware is simply when someone asks for money. Okay, ransomware is simply the type of malware that encrypts a victim's data and demands from ransom in exchange for a decryption. Like someone like you can say encrypt your data, and you can't access your data until you pay the amount what the person is asking. And most of the time they do not actually return the data even. It can lock a computer or steal, delete, or encrypt data on it. So it is a type of malware that encrypts files and demand a ransom from their for the release. It can like cripple businesses and individuals. And then the DOS and DDoS, very popular attacks they are. So simply denial of service and distributed denial of service. So the denial of service attack is a type of cyber attack that attempts to make a website or network inaccessible by floating it with the traffic. And when we talk about the distributed denial of service, that is the DDoS attack, it is more sophisticated version of the DOS attack that uses multiple sources to flood a target. Okay, from the multiple sources, it will be like distributed, you can say, network. It will be flooding the target to just make it down, the system or the server to make it down. Then it comes the MIMT, man in the middle attack, you can say. uh, MITM actually, MITM attack. So man in the middle attack it is known as, and it is the cyber attack that allows the attacker to securely or secretly, you can say, not securely, actually this you can say secretly encrypt and alter the communications between two parties. So the attacker's goal is to steal data or manipulate the victims into taking a specific action. Like someone calls and say that this has happened, please come or transfer this much amount. These kind of scams are actually very popular in today's time also. That people call, fake call, that okay, your brother or your daughter or your son is like injured, send this money, I am taking the to off hospital, it is urgent or something like that kind of things. It is getting done, so there the money involvement is there. Okay, I will be discussing about them in very detail as I said. So simply it is just the intro, you can say, introduction about these attacks I am giving you. Then the next one which comes into the picture, that is simply the SQL injection. So simply it is another kind of attack. It is also known as SQLI. Okay, SQL injection or SQLI, and it is a common attack like you can say vector attack vector that uses malicious SQL code for backend database manipulation to access information that was not intended to be displayed. And this information may include any number of items, like including sensitive company data, users list, or private customer details. So like it is inserting malicious SQL code into the database to gain access to the sensitive data. Okay, so there are multiple types of this attack also, but yes, as I said, I will be talking about it further. Now it is like number seven is zero-day exploits or zero-day attack. It is a cyber attack, you can say, that exploits a software or hardware vulnerability that the vendor is unaware of. And the term zero day refers to the fact that the vendor has 0 days to create a patch or fix the issue actually. And simply it is very dangerous. These kind of attacks are very dangerous. Then the insider threat comes into the picture, and an insider threat is a cyber security risk that comes from software within an organization who has access to sensitive data or system. And this could be a current or a former employee actually. So like contractor or business associate, like someone who is some person who is actually related to the company, and they leak the information. So employees or insiders misuse access to the systems for malicious purposes. Okay. Then social engineering is a manipulation actually. When we talk about the social engineering, so that is again one attack only, but yeah, in another manner. So the use of centralized planning, you can say, in the attack, to attack or to attempt the social change and regulate the future development. Okay, so, like in cybersecurity, like social engineering is a psychological tactic that manipulates people into sharing sensitive information or taking unsafe actions. So, the goal is to gain access to a person's computer or personal information or financial records. So, it is really very dangerous. Then let's talk about in brief and just like a list I will be showing, which are the different career opportunities or different you can say certifications which you can pursue, like for the if you want to pursue the career in the cyber security, so you have to do some certifications. Without that you won't be actually getting high paid jobs. So simply there are different roles, and for those roles there are some certifications also that I will tell. So cybersecurity analyst, so the analyst basically monitors security threats and investigates breaches and implements security solutions. So, cyber analyst is a position, a role. It is a career opportunity, you can say. Then simply the ethical hacker, that is the penetration tester also. Ethical hacker. Actually, ethical hacking and cyber security is different, but a ethical hacker will be knowing the cyber security. I will be talking about it in very detail that what are the difference between the ethical hacking and cyber security. But yes, cybersecurity will be a part of ethical hacking anyhow. But ethical hacking is a complete different branch, you can say. So, ethical hackers conduct security testing to identify and fix the vulnerabilities before criminal attacks or cyber criminals exploit them. Then the third one is the security engineer. So simply like engineer designs, implement and maintain security infrastructure for networks and systems. Okay. Then the like incident responder, it is one like career opportunity or you can say job role. Like this person detects and mitigates cyber incidents. Okay, cyber incidents and implement recovery strategies. Then in the forensic also, fifth one is the forensic analyst. So investigates cyber criminals, cyber crimes actually by analyzing digital evidences. So in forensic department, the cyber security is necessary because the digital evidences and tracking the criminal activities is necessary. And for that, the forensic analyst is there. That person will be actually having some certification, some knowledge about. It's not some actually, some good knowledge, a certificate level knowledge at least for this particular role. Then the CISO, that is the Chief Information Security Officer, so oversees the cybersecurity strategies and policies within the organization. Then in the cloud sector also, it is required cloud security specialist. So it focuses on security, like securing the cloud environment, including data storage and cloud-based applications. Okay, then in the IoT also, because wherever it is have like data is there, security is required. Whenever there is data, security is required. And simply the IoT security expert will oversees the cyber security strategies and policies within an organization. Okay, so simply these are some skills required for the cyber security career, as I said, that it is like I will be telling about it. So knowledge of operating system, you definitely have to know like Windows or Linux or Mac, and proficiency in networking and security protocols. I will be talking about them all, like security protocols in very detail. We will be talking about networking related concepts, which is necessary for this cybersecurity. Definitely, we will be going through it. Then familiarity with the cybersecurity tools like antiviruses, firewalls, and SIEM tools. Understanding of the ethical hacking and penetration testing. So understanding is required. I'm not saying that you are going to be a ethical hacker after pursuing cybersecurity, but it's not possible actually. But yes, you will be having knowledge of it. You will be having understanding, at least understanding of ethical hacking and penetration testing. Then strong problem solving and analytical skills is necessary. Then only you will be able to analyze that where the issue is actually arising, and awareness of compliance standards and regulations. So, without rules and regulations and following rules and regulations, it is difficult to be a cybersecurity expert, because you have to follow the rules and standards which are already given. So, I will be talking about them in very detail further with you. Okay. So, after this, simply these are some certifications to boost your cybersecurity career. And this also, like you can just search about it. Okay, you will be getting some idea from there also. These are some separate things. Some different companies are like Cisco and all are actually having these certifications. These are quite costly certifications actually. Like, but yes, a person who is actually going to get a career into it, some of it is required according to the post. Like a certified ethical hacker, CE8 is for ethical hacking. Then like comp TIA security plus certified information system security professional, that is like CISSP. Then certified information security manager, that is CISM. When you do these certification, you is like you are actually going to have that title with you. Like, okay, this person is like CISM kind of, CISM. This is have like this way, like some title you get, that okay, this person is certified in this. So accordingly, the job role also is offered to you, and you can apply for such jobs. So you can just search about them according to the requirement. It's not compulsory. It is nothing, like I'm just introducing to you that okay, some kind of certifications are there which people who want to get into this career, they have to do definitely. Any one of them is necessary according to the requirement. Don't take it very seriously right now. It is just for information. Okay, so simply the cybersecurity is definitely a vital field in today's digital landscape, protecting individual businesses and governments from the cyber threats. Definitely, it's necessary to understand that okay, we have to protect our data. We can't be lenient in our mobile phone data or in our computer data, pen drives and all. We can't leave it. We can't forget it. Okay, understanding cybersecurity fundamentals, recognizing common attacks, and exploring the career opportunities can help individuals contribute to their like essential domains wherever you want to go, whichever exact field you want. Like someone wants to be software developer, so definitely that person do not want to get that certification. But yeah, a person who is actually a human being in today's era and using digital devices, that person also required to get some knowledge about cybersecurity. It is like cybersecurity is vital. It is very necessary for everyone. Either you are a mechanical engineer, software developer, or hardware engineer, or you are in digital marketing, or you are in like graphic designing or any other field. I just want to say any other field. This is kind of a thing which anyone can, like, anyone should know as a key. Okay, because this cybersecurity knowledge is going to be quite helpful. Okay, so that's about the intro, you can say. So I hope whatever I have discussed, that much is clear. This session, I will be discussing some very important concepts related to the cybersecurity. It will be basic, but yes, they are going to be important concepts because they are the building blocks of cybersecurity, you can say. So, like when we talk about the introduction to the cybersecurity, I have already talked about it before. But yes, cybersecurity, what is cybersecurity? It is very important to understand. Like when we talk about cybersecurity, it is the use of technology, processes, and control to protect system, network, and data from cyber attacks. Like it aims to reduce the risk of cyber attacks and unauthorized access to the system. And you can say like cybersecurity is the practice of defending computers, server, mobile devices, electronic systems, network, and data from malicious attack. And it's also known as information technology security or electronic information security. Now I will be discussing some like terms which are necessary to understand and what are the differences actually. There are some terms which people are very confused. Some burst terms are there. Firstly, we would talk about the hacking. That what is the meaning of hacking and how it is connected to the cybersecurity terminology. So, to get into someone else's computer system without permission in order to find out information or do some illegal, like it is known as hack a computer. Okay, like simply hacking is when you are doing something illegally. So, hacking is an attempt to exploit a computer system or a private network inside the computer. Simply put, it is like unauthorized access to or over the computer network security system for some illicit purpose when you are not permitted to do something and you are doing it. So, hacking is basically the act of compromising digital devices and networks by gaining unauthorized access to an account or computer system. Now, there is a very important concept of ethical hacking. It is like complete different branch. When we talk about cybersecurity and ethical hacking, they are different. Cybersecurity and ethical hacking is not same. So, ethical hacking is the practice of using the same methods as malicious hackers to test a system's security. Like hacking, when we talk about, there are three different types of hacking. Like ethical hacking is another thing, then simply illegal is another thing. So ethical, one word is there. So ethical means we are having the authority. Okay, ethical hacking involves an authorized attempt to gain unauthorized access. So ethical hacking is the practice of using the same methods as malicious hackers do to test a system or security. So simply ethical hackers test that the security, how the security is there. The goal is to find and fix vulnerabilities before a criminal can exploit them. Okay, carrying out an ethical hack involves duplicating strategies and actions of malicious attackers itself. Okay, now, let's talk about security. So, when we talk about security, security is having a lot of things to do with, like how cyber security and like you can say hardware related, network related security, and simply the software related security. What kind of data breaches are there? So, these all things are necessary to be understood. So we will be talking about some very important basic terminologies. Basic is very important when you go into some particular field, you can say. So when you talk about cybersecurity, here also the basic terminologies are necessary to be understood. So when we talk about what is threat, threat is a very important word actually in cybersecurity. It will be used a lot. So today I am talking about the basic terminology, but after that I will be using these terminologies when we will be talking in some particular context. So cybersecurity threats are malicious actions that can compromise the security of a system or network. And they can include malware, phishing, social engineering, and many more. Okay, so threat is simply event or action that has got the ability to compromise the system or to violate the security. Violate the security, sorry. To violate the security means you are disturbing something. Okay, you are attacking, like someone is attacking. So there is action, an event. Okay, then it comes what is exploit. So exploit is like you can say cybersecurity is the practice, like it is the practicing of computer system network like we are just protecting it. And from what we are protecting when we are applying the cybersecurity. So from what we are protecting from the exploits. Okay, so simply exploit is when we are having the piece of code. Suppose, like giving an example, you can say an exploit is in cybersecurity is a piece of code or a program that take advantage of the vulnerabilities. There are some vulnerabilities. Vulnerability means loopholes are present, and simply, like there is vulnerability in the system to cause unwanted behavior. So exploits are used by the like cyber criminals to gain access to the system, install malware, or steal data. Okay, so a way to breach. Okay, a way to breach the security. What method the person is using, attacker is using to breach the system. Either it could be installing malware or stealing the data or some ransomware, phishing. There can be many different ways. So that is no, vulnerability I have told multiple times. Like vulnerability is nothing but loopholes, means the issues or the weak points. So in cybersecurity, vulnerability is a weakness, you can say, in a system that can be exploited by the cyber criminals. And vulnerabilities can be in software, hardware, or network even, because simply from anywhere the vulnerabilities can arise, due to which the attacks will be like exploits can be there. Okay, so it is generally defined as the existence of a loophole. Vulnerability is a loophole or a weakness in the design or the implementation that could lead to undesirable, unexpected events that would compromise the machine. Okay, because of the vulnerabilities, the exploits can happen. The threats can come into the system. Okay, moving further. Now, attacker, it is very simple. When we talk about attacker, the person who attacks is attacker. The person who attacks the system and network or hardware, software. So, any individual who compromises the security of the machine in order to steal, manipulate, or to cause destruction on the data of the data, that person is known as attacker. Then attack is simply the action, okay, of attacking or exploiting the system by some attacker. So cyber attacks can be in many forms, including malwares, SQL injection, social engineering, or more. So the action that is performed by an attacker that would potentially harm the system or the information stored in it simply is known as attack. Then the data theft. Now it is very clear from the name itself that what is data theft? Theft means stealing. So data theft is illegal action or digital, like you can say acquisition, you can say. It is illegal acquisition. Theft is illegal acquisition of digital information for financial gain or to sabotage a business, you can say. And it can occur through physical theft or criminal, cyber attacks. So simply, I will be talking about that how offline also the cyber crimes can be taking place. I will be discussing about in that about that in very detail also. That how cyber attackers work online, but the cyber attacks can be offline also. Okay. So the action of information stealing from the victim's machine is known as data theft. When you steal the information, acquisition of the digital information, but it is illegal, then it is data theft. Now, we have already talked about the basic terminologies, some of them. Actually, I will be talking about more terminologies afterwards, but right now, what is necessary, I am just dealing with that. So, when we talk about computer security, now cyber security, computer security, information security, I told you that they all are almost similar. But yes, computer security is completely dependent when we are talking about the computer. So computer security is also known as cyber security itself, and is it is the protection of computer system and data from unauthorized access, theft, or damages. Okay, either it is hardware, software. So there are different types of computer security, like network security, application security, data security. Okay, so like it generally involved the process of safeguarding against the intruders from gaining access to your system or its resources for malicious purposes. Okay, it's like a person will be hacking your system because of some, like he want to gain access to your resources, your data, and want to do something wrong with it. Okay. Now, let's talk about what are the different loss due to the cybersecurity attack, like, sorry, due to the security attacks. So the security is attacked, then what happens? What loss can be occurred? Definitely the financial loss. So you can like think about it that how it happens. When we talk about the financial loss due to the cyber attacks, you can say. So cyber attacks can cause significant financial losses for businesses and individuals. And simply, like you can say, for the businesses, if you talk about, cyber attackers are one of the most costly threats to business, and they can damage a business reputation and customer relationship. And if you talk about individuals, so individuals can lose money to cyber criminals for like you can say, there are different like ransomware and all. Ransomware is very dangerous. Malwares are also there. So with the like due to the attacks, individuals also suffer. And the financial institutions, so like when we talk about the financial institutions, so cyber attacks can damage the financial institutions also, their reputation and customer relationship actually. So financial, like someone has taken your not your means anybody's ATM, and they are having the details. Suppose a person has written the pin code in the cover only. So if it is lost, if it is fallen down, so definitely the criminal will be able to get those details and can just rob the entire money which is inside the account. And if you have simply lost your identity, PAN or Aadhaar or any other identity card or something, they are going to be very dangerous. They can also make the financial losses. Although that comes in that examples will be lying in the identity theft also. But yes, it depends that for what particular purpose the particular document is getting used. Then resource unavailability, like someone has got the access to your system and they are just making your resource unavailable at the correct time when it is necessary. The resources are unavailable, that is resource unavailability, or either the data is deleted or altered. Okay. Then identity theft, as I told you, so identity means someone is trying to be you. Okay. Identity theft is someone is trying to be you, that is identity theft. Means someone has like suppose so if you can say like accounts are hacked, Facebook, Insta and all kind of accounts someone hacks, and they just try to be you, or such kind of. So identity theft is closely linked to the phishing also, or other social engineering techniques that are often used to trace sensitive information from the victim. And someone like calls this is another example, you can say, when someone call and say that I am speaking this, or sometimes it happens today, this kind of like crimes are happening, that the people call and say that okay, your daughter, your son is injured and I have taken to hospital, you just pay this much amount, so I am this person, or kind of. Okay, so public profiles on social network or other popular online services can also be used as a source of data. That is the most popular identity theft example, you can say. Data losses happen, someone deletes the data or manipulate it, so that can be happening. Loss of trust, definitely if any of the above happens, so loss of trust will be there due to the security attacks, because nobody will be actually believing a person if they get some wrong messages or wrong posts. So how they will be able to believe that okay, the first one was the correct or this one is the correct? Who has done it? Nobody knows. Resources misuse can be happening. Your Aadhaar card or some other credentials are getting used for some particular other purposes. People can buy SIM and other things also from the Aadhaar and all. If someone is using getting the resources, so they can be misusing it. Even the important documents, I will be discussing about them in very detail actually. I won't be sticking to this particular point right now, because this is just the introductory portion kind of, that how the losses occur to due to the security attacks. Otherwise I will talk about these things in very detail, that how it happens in the companies and all, that how the resources are misused. Now let's talk about the elements of security. Okay, elements of security. So first one is the Confidentiality. Now, confidentiality is very important actually in cybersecurity. It is the practice of, you can say, protecting data from unauthorized access, disclosure, or theft. And it's the key component of information security and is essential for safe guarding, you can say, personal data, intellectual property, and business information. So, confidentiality is important. It prevents identity theft and simply builds trust, protects sensitive information. Then, identity, sorry, integrity. So, integrity is like in cybersecurity, the process of safeguarding data and system from accidental or intentional corruption. Okay, the data should be, properly managed. It should be trustworthy. Integrity is linked to trustworthiness. It ensures that the data is accurate, complete, and trustworthy. It protects data from malicious software like viruses and Trojan horse. It ensures that data is accurate and reliable. Integrity ensures it helps in maintaining the consistency of the data, that it is available when it is needed. It ensures the data is non-repeated and you can say authentic. It is like data is authentic. It is not repeated. It is not altered. It is not disturbed in any condition. So identity, integrity is like in cybersecurity is the process of safeguarding data and system from accidental, either accidental or intentional corruption. You can say. Okay. Then availability, definitely the availability of the data is very necessary at the time when it is required. So availability in cybersecurity is the ability to access data and system when needed, even in the face of cyber attackers or natural disaster. Like you can say, it's one of the three components of the CIA trade. I talked about it earlier of information security, along with the confidentiality and integrity. So, like availability is important. Like availability is, you can say, critical for business continuity and disaster recovery also. Availability impacts how well an organization can operate. Availability ensures that like authorized users have timely access to the data and services when it is required. Then it is available. That is availability, no? When it is required, then it is available. Then the next one which comes into the picture, that is authority. Okay, authority with the name only you can understand. Someone is authorized, but yes, authorized in cybersecurity. What does it mean? So simply in cybersecurity, authority refers to the you can say refers to an organization or individual with the power and responsibility to oversee and manage cybersecurity practices within a specific domain. And simply like authorities are there like certified authority, certificate authority, national cybersecurity authority, NCSA, that is, or cybersecurity managers within a company. They are the authorities. Okay, see, authority and authentication or authorization are different. If I talk about authorization, that is different. When we talk about authorization, it is the process of granting user permission to access a resource or location. And this can be physical location or digital resource like a website, application, database, or document, you can say. Then non-repetition, it is very important. Like when we talk about non-repetition, so non-repetition is a cybersecurity principle that prevents people from denying that their action is in digital communication and transaction. Like on WhatsApp also, like there are green tick, blue tick, like blue ticks, double tick, single tick. Example I'm giving on WhatsApp or messengers. So what happens, like single tick means, for I'm giving an example, okay. Single tick means that it is not delivered, double tick means it is delivered, blue means it has been read. Okay, so now the person cannot deny that I have not read your message. Okay. So simply sender and receiver both are having the acknowledgement. So non-repetition in cybersecurity principle is that like it prevents people from denying their actions in digital communication and transaction. A person cannot deny either it is whichever scenario, and it is mainly dependent for the digital communication. It's key component of cybersecurity that ensures the authenticity and integrity of the data. Okay, the data is delivered and it is read, it is used, it is seen. Either used or seen means I just want to say that a person cannot deny that I have not got it, I have not received it. Okay, so non-repetition is it uses a combination of technologies such as digital signatures, encryption, logging to ensure that origin and integrity of data. It also provide proof of delivery and the identity of the sender even. Okay, the numbers are there. Unknown person is also sending message. Then also in WhatsApp at least. Non repetition is important in e-commerce, email, and contractual agreements also. And we will be talking about the digital signature, encryption, these all things also in detail in further session, further sessions. Now let's talk about that what are the risks in pertaining the domestic users. Okay, what are the risks? So simply email attack. Okay, email attack you can say is how it happens actually. So an email attack you can say is a cyber attack that targets a user email account. Some common types of email attack are spoofing, phishing, man in the middle, that is MITM attack. Okay, I will be talking about them in detail further. And that there are so many actually. We will talk about them separately. Then malware attack. Malware is nothing but the malicious software. Okay. Malware is virus is a type of malware, you can say. Malware is malicious software that cyber criminals use to steal data, damage computer, and destroy computer systems. And it can cause a computer to run slowly or crash. Some types you can say are virus, worm, spyware, rootkits. We will talk about them in detail. Keyloggers, jackers are there, no? Cryptojacking and fileless malware. So see, they are different types of malware. They are actually the types of malware, virus, and these all. Then the DOS, I have talked about it before also. DOS is denial of service. Okay, so DOS is denial of service, and simply you can say like it is going to make a person do not use their system. Okay, like unavailability you can say, denial of service at the you can say it aim to make a network, either a network or website, inaccessible to legitimate users, like the person who is actually authorized, legitimate, that person will not be able to use the required services. So DOS attacks can cause a system to crash or degrade its performance. Okay, so simply the denial of service attack in cybersecurity is basically aiming to make a network or website inaccessible. Okay. Then identity theft, I have right away talked about. Identity theft in cybersecurity is, you can say, like a cyber crime that occurs when a criminal steals a person's personal information to commit fraud, you can say. It can involve stealing a person's names, social security numbers, bank account number, or credit card. Okay. Then the packet sniffing. Now, this is something technical. Okay, when we talk about packet sniffing, it is a cybersecurity technique that involves collecting and analyzing data packets that pass through a network, like through the network, on the network layer, you can say, when data transmits. I will talk about the network layer and OSI, TCP reference models also in the further sessions, you can say. So packet sniffing is a cyber security technique that involves collecting and analyzing data packets, collection and analyzing that pass through the network. And packet sniffing can be used for network monitoring and security, or by hackers to steal sensitive information. Now it comes that, okay, this is like these are the risks. So what to be secured, when to be secured, how to be secured. I will be not discussing all that right away, but yes, at least talk about what to be secured. Simply hardware is required to be secured, definitely. Okay, hardware is required to be secured, software is required to be secured, information, data and information is required to be secured. Communication, which we are doing on the, our mobile phone, either it is normal messages, phone calls, and WhatsApp messages, Facebook. We should never say anything or anywhere, So communication is very necessary to be secured, very necessary. We have to take care that what we are talking about, to whom, when, and on what particular media. Okay, so hardware, definitely, because I will talk about that how the cyber attacks happen through hardware. Okay, that is a different, phase. Then softwares, how different softwares are going to be, information, communication. I will talk about them all. Now, what makes your system vulnerable? So, vulnerabilities comes in the system with low security awareness. Definitely, if a person is not knowing that what to secure, when to secure, and why to secure, so awareness is necessary. If you do not know that you have to secure your hardware, software, information, and communication, in what manner, then simply it will be vulnerability. Okay, so simply low security awareness leads to vulnerabilities in the system. No implementation of security systems. I will talk about what are the security systems which should be applied actually. So no implementation of security systems can also lead to vulnerabilities. Then default settings for applications and softwares, like simply if the default settings are not changed, then everybody know now what is the default setting of Windows or a new Apple phone. Like I'm not, I will not take any brand name actually. You can say, or for example, any phone you can say for any brand, any configuration, default settings everybody knows. So they should be changed actually. Not following the standard security guidelines. And every time there are security guidelines, the manuals are there for every device, every software, and we should follow those guidelines to take care that there is no particular cyber attack. Then ensure online activity, that what you are talking about, what you are posting. In today's, like a few years ago, if you talk about, everybody was very much uh, like you can say intention, they panic to upload a single photograph on Facebook and all. But then the shield came, okay, with profile locking came, so people say, okay, now it is safe. But yes, still the communication and all, you have to take care of it, that what, once you are added to someone in Facebook or any particular, Instagram or anywhere, so simply you communicate, and like then the person is able to see your details. No, either you are aware and you are making the implementations properly, that okay, I have to take care that this person is added in my profile, but this person I don't know practically, or in person I don't have met. So simply you think about it and then do your actions, then it is okay. But if anyone is not aware, so that is the reason. Okay, low security awareness. So ensuring the online activity is also necessary. Okay, so I will be simply keeping till here only right now. And I hope whatever I have discussed till now, that much is clear. So we have talked about like what makes your system vulnerable. Till here we have completed. I will be moving further with the next topic. Making your system secure. So simply, how can you make your system secure now? It is very necessary, obviously. So there are some guidelines you can say. So data access control. You have to take care that who is accessing your data. Okay. It's necessary to understand that to whom you are giving the access. So like privileges are there, no? So simply like read, write, execute. So simply you have to take care that who is able to read the data, who is able to make some changes, updation. So in companies, most of the time it is already decided that okay, which particular data is accessible to whom, which particular post, which particular department. Then system and security administration. So simply the system and security administrations have to be maintained. System access controls, that okay, who is actually having the access to the system. In simply companies, the servers are there. Servers are not accessible to everybody. Only the database administrator is actually allowed to go to the server room and all. So systems are separately kept. And simply in the computers also, in companies mostly, there are privacies. Okay, so system access control, like data access control is a separate thing for individual or public. Simply in mobile phones also, it's necessary to keep the passwords and all. It is very necessary. At least if someone in your knowledge also is like opening your phone or something, you at least know that okay, that person has asked you for your password, and after that, that person is actually accessing your data, accessing your phone. So at least you will be having idea that whoever is going through your data or information. So that's why so many security measures are already given in mobile phones and laptops. Even a file can be like you can say password protected. You know this very well. So system access control means computer complete system. Complete computer system is having the access control, and like different users can be created. Different users can be created in same system, and data access is different. Data on the data only, the access control we are talking about. Then system design, that okay, what are the design pattern, how like architecture is created. System design means inside the system also how we are designing the stuff, that how we are keeping the stuff, like all everything is openly kept, all the files are open on the desktop, or simply inside a folder, another folder is there, and, inside that folder another folder or file is there. This way hierarchy is made, what design system is actually taken care here. And okay, so like these are some security measures, and now I will be talking about that what are the basic security guidelines, what are the guidelines which should be followed. So simply using strong password, that's necessary. You have to take care that what is your password. We will be talking about it in very, very detail, that what are the different security measures, what are the different websites from where you can just check that what password you want to keep and all. So those things. And password should be strong. It should not be your name, your mobile number, your mother's name, your father's name, your DOB. These things are not meant to take as password. So there are some mechanism to take care when you are creating your password, and we shall definitely talk about it in detail, that how to create strong passwords, what are the different websites, what are the different tools, online, offline tools. I will share it with you. I will discuss it with you in detail. Uses or using antivirus, use antivirus. So definitely antivirus is required. Although the that Windows having defenders and firewalls, but antiviruses are made, no? So there must be some purpose. There are so many like benefits of using external antiviruses. Okay, you can individually scan your external devices and all. There are so many things. Again, I will say that I will be talking about the different antiviruses, their usage and everything in very, very detail afterwards. But right, this is right now I'm talking about the security guidelines. So I'm talking about it. But yes, I will be discussing about the importance and the different antiviruses afterwards, definitely. Regular backing up of important files and documents. Now it's very necessary. Okay, if simply some crash is also happening, some disaster is also there, then also the backing up of files and information like documents is very necessary. You should definitely make a replica or multiple places you should store your data, because if some data is not available, that is also problem. The data should be available, okay, on the right time, at the right time, at the right place, whenever it is required. So backing up is very necessary, so at least a person will be having different versions, you will be having different versions of your data which you can check and evaluate according to the requirement. Data can be in different formats. The people who are in the technical field are having different data, the people who are in the management field, they have different data. So everybody according to their field and their requirement. Even us normal user, a smart phone user, you can say, normal user who is not like a pro on computer or something, they are using mobile phones in today's world, today's era. So that time also it's necessary for them to understand that what are the security guidelines, what is cyber security. For them also it is important, because they are using phone, and phone is mini computer kind of, most of the things are available on phone, only the screen size is small. Otherwise, on tablets, on phones, we can just do everything. We can use MS Office, we can mail, we can just click, like more than that, actually, we can click images, we can do WhatsApp and all very easily. Like every device is having their own pros and cons. That's another point. But yes, I just want to link it that okay, a technical device like a digital device is there, that is mobile phone, and like a person who is of 45 years old, 50 years old, 60 years old is also using it, a digital device. So that person is also required to know the cyber security measures, at least. What are the security guidelines? That they are also creating passwords on their Gmail. They are also creating, they are also having Paytm in today's era. Everybody is making the like QR code scanning and UPI payments. It is the necessity. They are having mobile banking apps. in their phones. Either they are senior citizens, okay, everybody is having it. So for them also it is necessary to understand. Like I just want to say, it's not that okay, a tech person is knowing everything. Actually, when something wrong happens, some particular financial loss or something happens due to these cyber attacks. So simply nobody knows what new kind of cyber attack is going to be there to destroy the entire, to like make it vulnerable. So simply everybody is required to understand that what are the importance of the data. And if you are not aware of that, what is the importance of your data, what data is important in what context. So how you will be actually making it safe, how you will be taking its backup, how you will be maintaining it in your system. Those things are necessary for everybody. Okay. So simply using firewalls and intrusion detection systems. So firewalls are active in the system, but sometime it happen that people install some crack versions of the software. And when you use the crack version of the software, people actually do the off, like they make the firewalls off. Why? Because if you are having antivirus, you have to make it off. If you are having your firewalls, you have to make it off, because the firewalls and your external antiviruses are not going to allow you to install any malicious software. But when you use any crack version, okay, either it is a video editing software like CapCut or something. I'm giving example because many of you must be already using it, you must be knowing it, that okay, something like that is there, people do it, people use the firewalls and antiviruses. But at the time of the installation of the viruses, what is the crack version of a software? Crack version of a software is nothing but it is the virus. Okay, it is having virus. That's why it is able to like intrude into your system. So that's why, like in phone also, when some APKs are there, some web games are there, they are not available on the Play Store, but people install them. Everybody has done that. Everybody has done that. What do you think? Have you done it? Think about it. Have you installed some particular software which was simply not available on the Play Store, but you have installed it? Many gaming like softwares also, like gaming, not that kind of gaming software which are available on the Play Store. Actually, some different, like which are having the gambling things also inside them. Actually, Winzo and Zuppy, and there are so many. See, I'm not promoting anything. I'm just giving an idea that you don't have to install them actually, because they are not secure. Okay, nobody knows that from where the virus is going to be coming, because the viruses are attached to some different files only. Okay, some secure file will be having the unsecure file with them, and then virus come inside. So at that time, we actually allow, like phone asks that okay, this particular warning, this particular file can be harmful to your mobile phone or to your device. But people said, okay, but I want it. This is a game. Like maybe some big graphic games are also there. Some games are launched and they are not available on the Play Store, but they are actually malicious softwares. That is the reason the phone does not allow us to install it directly. So simply we have to take care of this thing, that we have to really we have to install it or not. Some websites from where some apps are there from where people get movies and web series. Okay, tell me if you know it or not. You must be already knowing it. Like I am giving you the idea, I'm giving you the example, but you must be knowing it more than me actually. Okay, because I don't use them. I have just researched about the cyber security things. I have like into this field, so I know it, but I don't use them because simply they are not good to your system. Okay, simply those websites are present who like which are having the free, I think free or maybe paid. I don't have idea about paid or free, but yes, simply where the web series and all comes at one place of different portals like maybe Netflix, maybe the Amazon Prime or the paid soft like platforms, free versions are there. So simply those are also not available on the Play Store. Those apps cannot be downloaded from the Play Store. So why people download it? They think it is a point of entertainment. What this particular one app or website will be harming to my system if it is having movies or it is having game. Only this purpose I am going to fulfill through it. So what harm could be there? But actually they are harmful. Nobody knows that they also are updated time to time. And once you have installed, okay, first version was free of virus, but nobody knows that the second version which you are going to install that is malicious or not? What will be happening when you update it? Auto updates are also there. Nobody knows that when, like, some simply obviously when the new movies or new web series or new stages in the game are getting included into the particular application, so definitely some updates are getting done there. Nobody knows that what particular extra softwares are installed there. Sometimes it happens that you are playing some game, or you are just yeah, some games from the Play Store also when you install. So there are advertisement come through those ads. Automatically the softwares are installed, like applications are installed into your mobile phone. And then you must have noticed. Tell me you have noticed or not. Tell me that you have noticed this or not, that automatically sometime it happens with the advertisement, after just crossing the canceling the advertisement also, you just came out of some particular app, and one day you notice that okay, there are so many applications installed into my phone and I have never installed them. It is not of my use even. So when it got installed, along with those advertisement, they already get installed. Nobody knows that I was just watching the advertisement forcefully. That 30-second ad is there, and I can't cross it. I can't come out of that ad. I can't close it. But yes, I have to watch it 30 seconds because I have to move further with some game or whatever a person is doing with some app. So simply, nobody knows, but it is unknowingly installed. So those things have to be taken care. Okay. From the Play Store, when you are installing, like you can say reputed websites of Play Store or Windows Store, Microsoft Store, Apple Store. So from there, when you are installing the softwares, it is better as compared. It is better as compared to the one which are not available on the Play Store. I am just telling this thing to you. On the Play Store, also some beta version softwares are there which are said that okay, these are new softwares, they are in the beta testing mode, and that's why it is present here. So simply you will not get some review there. You will be not able to see the reviews. You will be not able to see the details. Only some images of the software and the images or the details of the you can say like that application would be present there, but reviews will not be there. Okay, reviews will not be there because simply nobody is able to review it because they are showing that it is in the beta testing, but you will be seeing millions of downloads there because people are actually trapped there to download it. So such softwares are also very dangerous to your phone. That is for phone I'm telling, because see, I am telling you phone is also a digital media only, like through which the viruses, the data comes. People take images, take videos, they create videos, they get data from WhatsApp and everywhere else, from mail and all, they download into the phone. And most of the time people take backup of the phone and they keep it in the laptop or the hard disk. Although you are going to connect your laptop, your computer with your network, then your phone to your laptop, to your computer, then what you are going to do? You are actually transferring the virus from one place to another. Nobody knows. So how to check it, how to implement security measures on it, those all things I will definitely discuss with you. Those things I will discuss. Right now I'm just making you aware. I'm trying to make you aware of these things, that okay, what is there, what we have not noticed. So tell me what you have not noticed till now. Whatever I have talked about and you have not noticed before, tell me that you have learned something new. So simply regularly updating OS and other applications. Now it's required to update our operating system and other applications, because the updates are necessary to be done as they are having the new patches. But in the Windows and all, the operating system, like if you are using Windows or maybe the Mac OS you are having, iOS you are using, whatever software you are using, it is necessary to be updated because older versions cracks can be created. And then if you are not following the guidelines of the company, operating system, like suppose Windows, I am taking example, Windows operating system you are using. So Microsoft is like asking you to update it and you are not updating it. So now you are making harm to your system only, because for the previous versions maybe the cracks have already been created because that version was available in the markets for a long time. So issues can be there. So that's very necessary to update the applications and the operating system time to time according to the requirement whenever the update is asked. Then not revealing too much of information on online social networking sites. You have to take care of this thing. People, I have seen that people share their personal information on the social media, plus in the YouTube comments. People just start connecting to people, maybe, or they have just created their own words in the YouTube comment section only. I have noticed. I don't think that it is correct. No, I don't think, according to the cyber security, I will say that as per the cyber security, it is not correct. But as per their personal preferences, definitely they can do whatever they want. Maybe they are having their original ID, and maybe they are having their fake ID. But whatever it is, you think you are having a fake ID, but your IP address proves. And now I don't think that everybody uses VPN every time. Okay, VPN is also not free now. I'm not saying that it is not available freely, but yes, good versions of VPN is also not free. So everybody, I don't think that uses VPN every time when they are commenting of some YouTube video or Instagram post. A person can be tracked very easily if it is required by the, like, authorities of the cyber security. Okay. So you do not like have to share your information. You do not have to reveal your information on online social networking sites. People do. I'm again coming back to that YouTube comment section thing, that people have formed their family, their relations, their friends circle, their community on the YouTube comment section. Like, suppose a video is of a tutorial, for example, a tutorial is there, Python tutorial, and in the comment section, people will be discussing their own lifestyle. Okay. For example, it is a vlog, then people will be not talking about the video, they will be talking about their own life. They will be commenting to each other. I'm not saying it's their personal choice, but I'm just talking about cybersecurity. So you should not reveal your too much information. You have to take care of this thing, that what you are doing and what you are not doing. We have to definitely use that, what tools we are having. We have to definitely use the social networking sites and all the applications which are available to us in the proper manner. But you have to take care that you do not misuse it. Overusing is also misusing. So everybody has to take care of it. Although it's everybody's personal preferences, that what to do, what to not to do. If you are keeping your password 1234, so simply who is responsible? That is the point. If you are having like Almira, and you are not putting lock to it when there is so much money or your laptop or your credentials into it, so who is responsible? That is the point, that all these things are necessary as the context of cybersecurity. I will be discussing with you use cases, real life examples. I will be giving you like what happened, some cases, a small thing but big case happened, big loss happened. So small steps are very necessary, crucial, you can say, to take care that okay, that what you are doing, what you are not doing, you have to take care of this thing when you are using your digital devices. How to take backup, how many times a backup should be taken, how many versions should be created of a backup, as like a regular backing up point I am talking about. Like, what is firewall, how to use firewall, how to simply, like, handle the antivirus and firewall together. So these all things I will be discussing about all of them in detail. Cybersecurity is more conceptual. I'm not saying it is not practical. Practical is definitely there. With the help of programming languages, we can create the softwares. We will be creating the softwares, cybersecurity related softwares. But yes, concepts are very necessary, because until you know that what is the issue, how you will resolve it. To resolve some issue, you have to understand the problem. Okay. So awareness of the present world security scenario and new attacks is very necessary, and I will definitely try my best to make you aware of the different issues, the attacks which happened previously, what were the key points of it. Okay, so I hope whatever I have discussed till now, like the guidelines and the internal details I tried to discuss about it, that much should be clear. In case you have any query, you can tell me. As you know, that cybersecurity refers to the practice of protecting computer systems, networks, and data from malicious digital attack, aiming to safeguard sensitive information from unauthorized access, disruption, or damage by hackers, often through measures like strong password, firewalls, encryption, and vigilant monitoring against threats like phishing scams, malware, and ransomware. So today I will be discussing the concept of internet security. So internet security, cyber security, like in the cyber security, there are so many different types of security measures, components you can say. And today we are going to talk about the internet security. That is really very important because most of the threats come through the internet only. So let's talk about that. What is the exact meaning or understanding of internet security? Like internet security protects your device, data, and online activities from cyber threats, you can say. So it includes measures like antivirus softwares, firewall, and encryption. So simply, if we talk about that, how does the internet security protect you? So it protects against like crimes, and it protect against the malware, against the phishing, against the identity theft. So internet security usually involve the protection of the user's data from the unauthorized access and damage when connected to the internet. Most of the times, implementing a proper browser configuration would help in protecting the personal information, preventing malware infection, and also preventing damages caused due to the cyber attacks. Now, there are multiple terms which are very necessary to be understood, like you can say for the cyber security also and for general knowledge also. So, if we talk about cookie is very common and buzz term which everybody must have already heard about. But what is the exact meaning? What is session? What is cookie? So, where does it store and what is the purpose? Why we are studying about it in the cyber security? So cookie can be a security vulnerability because they can be used to steal information or infect devices with malware. If we talk about how cookies are used, so websites use cookies to recognize your computer, track your browsing, and remember your logins even. Cookies can be used to improve the website's usability and analyze how it's being used. And cookie can be used to remember your preferences also, like what's in your shopping cart, and cookies can be used to show your personalized ads even. So a cookie is basically the information which is provided by a web browser to the web client and then sent back unchanged by the browser each time it accesses the server. So like cookie based attacks are there, like malicious attacks that can use cookies to steal personal information or infect device with malware, and this is called cookie based attack. So, like there are different types of cookie, even persistent cookies are there, advertising cookies are there. So, like cookie are very dangerous anyhow. Then there is the concept of session also. Okay. So, like when we talk about cookie, when a website revisits the browser, sends this information back as to recognize the user. And when we talk about the session, so in cybersecurity, a session is a series of interactions between the user and the website or the applications, you can say, whichever application. So whatever number of pages you are visiting, so that is actually counted in your session until you log out. Until you log out, once you have logged in, until you log out, that is a session. A session is identified by a unique session token even when you can say which is randomly generated string actually. There are codes during the creation of the website through which the session tokens are generated. And if we talk about that how the session work, so a session begins with a user authentication, and it requests a page from the server, and the server responds with information, and the user browser send back the packets of information. So the session ends when the user terminates the session or close the browser. And session security prevents unauthorized users from accessing a user's account and information itself. So cookie and session are the two different concepts, you can say. And cookie is invisible to the user actually, and is also intended for improving the internet browsing experience. As I told you, that it helps in the personalized advertisement, and it stores our card details, our login details, and all. Now let's talk about the security issues with instant messaging. So we are using the instant messaging apps. So many different kind of apps are there through which we can just send the message directly to the person, and we know that okay, the person is able to see our messages received and all. So simply social engineering attack is the one, like security issues I am talking about. So if I talk about the social engineering, attack. So we will be talking about this in very detail afterwards. But yes, for a brief intro, you can say social engineering is basically the psychological attack that tricks people into giving away sensitive information or performing unsafe, you can say, actions online. Okay, so it's a common and effective way for cyber attackers to gain access to sensitive information. And the social engineering attack works in such a way that they like attacker research, gain trust, and exploit. Phishing is an example of social engineering, and quid pro quo scams are also, like I will be discussing about them in detail further. Like I'm just telling you the names, that watering hole attack is there. That is also the social engineering attack. Then spamming comes. So spamming is another issue, which is like with the instant messaging, you can say. So spamming is a cybersecurity threat that involves sending unwanted messages to many people. Spam can be sent through email, social media, and text messages or phone calls even. So simply, it is also done through phishing. Like phishing is basically a common type of cyber attack when the criminal sends an email that appears to come from legitimate user, but it is actually not the legitimate user. And it can be like this spamming can be done through malwares also. So cyber like attackers, actually you can say the uh, attackers basically send the malwares. These are like simply malicious softwares such as virus, trojan, ransomware, and that can damage the device actually. So the next, like as the social engineering comes into the picture, so we are going to discuss it in detail. So social engineering is the art of manipulating people, as I said, to like gain the confidential information, you can say, to gain their trust, so they can give us the confidential information. And criminals use social engineering tactics because it is usually easier to exploit the user's natural inclination to trust. Like then it's too very easy to hack your softwares or system. People can get the information and they can guess your passwords and all even. Now let's talk about the most common examples of social engineering. As I said, I will be discussing the different social engineering examples in detail. So let's talk about, these are examples, or you can say these are the types of social engineering attacks. So first of all, which comes into the picture, that is definitely phishing. And phishing is simply a cyber crime attack, or you can say cyber attack, that tricks people into sharing sensitive information such as password, card number. It's a type of social engineering, and simply like it is a tactic which includes the depictive email, websites, and text messages to steal the information. Then after the phishing, the like the next which comes into the picture, that is the spear phishing. Now with the name you can understand basically. But yes, spear phishing is like a cyber attack that targets specific people or organization even to trick them into sharing sensitive information or downloading malware. And it is also a social engineering attack that uses personalized scams actually. So simply the spear phishing is through emails most of the time. Email is used to carry out the targeted attack against individual or the businesses, the organization. That's why it is a spear phishing. Then the next one which comes into the picture, that is the baiting. Do you know what is baiting? Do you have any idea? Have you heard about this term before? Baiting. And it is actually a social engineering attack. So in cybersecurity, baiting refers to the type of social engineering attack where a malicious attacker lures our victims into compromising their security by offering a seemingly attractive reward or prize. So simply, you can say a piece of information like a free download, discount, or exclusive access in exchange for sensitive data, or by tricking them into installing the malware on their system. Essentially, using a bait, you can say, to tempt the victim into taking an action that harm them. Okay, so baiting is simply an online and physical social engineering attack that promises the victim a reward, that okay, spin this, and that you will be getting the reward. Like 9 mobile phone, 9 iPhone you have won. But yes, to gain those iPhone, you definitely have to give all your details. Then only they will be delivering it free of cost. No, but actually, no one is going to deliver that free of cost. These kind of like ads and the spins are actually fake. They can be baiting actually. They can be social engineering attack. Then the malware, which I have been talking about since starting. So malware is nothing but a type of malicious software that can harm a computer, network, or server. So it can steal your data, disrupt services, or damage system. And major types of cyber security threats, or you can say malwares, major type of malicious softwares could be viruses, worms, Trojan horse, and ransomware, spyware, keyloggers are there. So simply they steal, delete, or encrypt your data and alter or hijack core computing functioning is itself. So your computer will be not functioning properly, and you won't be able to do any particular operation or any particular act on your computer. So simply victims are tricked into believing that the malware is installed on their computer, but actually it's not. They are tricked, and then like they have to pay that. Okay, if you will be paying, so I will be removing the malware. Oh, that is actually a type of ransomware when like it is a example. So as you can see, it's written example. So this is the example of malware, and this example which is written, that is actually the you can say example of ransomware, where you have to pay to get your data back, to get your information back. But most of the time, the person do not get the information after paying also. Then you must have heard about pretexting, or simply like pretexting is there, which is actually creating a fake scenario. It is a social engineering attack where a cyber criminal trick a victim into giving away sensitive information. So because these all are social engineering attacks, so definitely they will be asking for the personal information only, definitely, because that is the meaning of social engineering, to manipulate someone in different ways. Okay, so these are the different ways you can say. So, like pretexting is a attack where the cyber criminal tricks a victim into giving up sensitive information, and the attacker creates a fake scenario or pretext. So, the fake scenario is basically known as pretext to gain the victim's trust and manipulate them into providing information. So, simply a user's false identity to trick the victim into giving up information. Maybe someone pretend to be your friend, relative, or someone else whom you can just give your information, maybe some authority, maybe the bank person, maybe the credit card, debit card kind of scenarios, maybe some policies. Then the quid pro quo comes into the picture. So quid pro quo attack is a social engineering like technique where the cyber attacker offers a service or benefit in exchange information, like in exchange for the information or the access to the system. So the term quid pro quo is Latin term for something for something. Okay, quid pro quo means something for something. Relies on the exchange of information or service to convince the victim to act. Okay, the act will be giving the information, you can say. Then this is the next, which is tailgating, and I think you must not have heard about tailgating before. This term must be new to you. So tailgating is again the cybersecurity social engineering attack that involves gaining access to a restricted area. Okay, by following the authorized person or authority. That means it is a physical attack where physically a person is going to some organization or somewhere, and they are actually trying to gain the information. Someone is following you, maybe your friend, your cousin, and someone whom you know, who is actually someone whom you have trust on, and you take them to your office, or like simply your maybe the room where your information or credentials are kept. Maybe in the office, most of the time in the businesses and organizations, this kind of tailgating happen, that people come and they just see that okay, this person sits here, this person sits there, okay, this is the password. They just do the shoulder sniffing and just see that okay, this is the password, and then further they will be planning that how to hack the system, how to get the information, kind of. So it relies on human trust to give the criminal physical access to the secure building or area. Most of the time, it is not in the personal scenario. When we talk about the tailgating, it is mostly uh, towards the businesses, the organizations, or some big building where a person follows another trustworthy person. Like person A is employee, and person B is actually some relative or some acquaintance of A. So A knows B, so because A is also a reputed person in the company or known person in the company, so simply the guard and others are also not stopping the B person to come inside. Such kind of scenario can be, in this case, tailgating. Then the next which comes into the picture, that is the wishing. So phishing and wishing are two different things. And wishing or voice phishing, it is known as. When we talk about wishing, wishing is basically the voice phishing, and it is a cyber crime that involves tricking people into sharing sensitive information over the phone. So simply, the scammers impersonate legitimate companies like banks, government, and tech support. Even they just pretend to be bank or the government or the tech support team, and they use the social engineering to gain trust and persuade people to share the personal information. And they may threaten people also, or offer incentives also to get the information, to get them to comply whatever they need. So they may want to steal money, commit identity theft, or gain access to the trade secrets even. Like wishing is like urgent voicemails convincing victim that they need to act quickly to protect themselves from arrest or other things. So simply, we should never share sensitive information over the phone calls unless you are sure that the call is legitimate. Okay, that is necessary to understand. And there is one more, like phishing is there, wishing is there, and there is one more term which is smishing, SMISHING. So it uses the text messages or messaging app instead of phone call in the smishing. In the wishing, the voice calls are there, voice mails are there, and phishing mostly with the email it is, and smishing is simply the text messages or messaging apps like Instagram or Messenger or something. Then I talked about the water holing in starting. So let's talk about what is water holing. And I'm sure that you have not heard about it before. So water holing attack is simply the cyber attack that infects a website that a target group frequently visit, and with like you can say malware. Okay. So with the malware, the website will be infected, and the goal is to infect the computers of users who visit the infected website. So the website, when the website entire website will be infected, so what will be happening, the people who are actually visiting to that particular website, they will be facing issue and their data will be stolen through one website which is having malicious software or malware virus there. So simply what will be happening, other users will be suffering, and all those people who are visiting to that particular website, they will be actually giving their data unknowingly. They will be actually in trouble unknowingly. So simply water holing is an advanced social engineering attack that infects both a website and its visitors with malware, that is the malicious softwares. Now let's talk about spamming. So as I told you, spamming is basically like use of messaging system to send and to send uh, uh sorry unsolicited mail, that is the messages will basically to large number of recipients. Okay, so simply here the large number of messages are sent when we talk about the concept of spamming, and it is very common. Spam mail folder is also present in the email, Gmail most of the time. So simply it involves sending unwanted messages to them, like to many people at a time. And spam can be sent through email, social messages, and text messages even. That's why someone like promotional messages when sent by normal WhatsApp or something, after some particular attempts by sending, if you send 10 20 people all together, some maybe some you can say promotional message or something, so simply they will ban your WhatsApp for block your WhatsApp for some days at least without warning. So spam can be sent through email, social media, and text messages or phone calls. Same comment you are making on every YouTube video, so that will be stopped. and like simply non-commercial pro selling also, commercial advertising also, prohibited purpose, some fraudulent activity also is there. So these kind of things will be monitored and considered to be spam. Now, security measures for instant messaging. So simply, I talked about instant messaging, that yes, through instant messaging, a lot of scams are actually getting done, and attacks are getting done. So, what are the security measures for instant messaging? Do not reveal personal information. This is very much important to understand, that we should never reveal our personal information on social media. I have talked about this earlier also, that simply you have to take care of this thing, that on what platform, with whom, and what you are talking. Maybe someone you met on the social media itself, and you are talking to them since many days or months or year even, and you don't know those people in person, or maybe sometime you have met also. That does not make sure that the person who is in front of you is the correct person. Okay, maybe the scammer or some attacker kind of person, maybe some negative mentality kind of person is there, who is going to do some social engineering afterwards. So do not reveal personal information. It's not necessary actually to reveal the personal information on the WhatsApp chats or mobile calls, phone calls, WhatsApp calls, Instagram, anywhere, on websites, on comments, like comments on YouTube. Actually, today the communities are formed there. Then do not accept links received from unknown sources. We should never install the softwares on, we should not open the links which are coming from the unknown sources. Someone is sharing that, please watch, this is my blog. Maybe that blog is not blog, it is actually some malicious website. So simply nobody knows what is there. So simply we should not accept the links received from the unknown sources. Actually, there are so many cases which can be um, acting as example for crimes which are actually done through the unknown sources links. Even in the time, like when you visit some websites and all, and there they give some APK which are not present on the Google Play Store, on the Apple Store, or simply you are downloading them from the like some different website, some softwares and all. They are also dangerous. It's not secure. Even the mobile phone gives you the warning also that you should not install those softwares. Then make sure to block those users that send you unsolicited website links. So, unsolicited website links, if someone is sending you, that means you don't know, don't recognize something, and you don't find it well. So, simply you should block those unknown users even. Make sure you use string and complex passwords. So, simply we have to take care of this thing, that what passwords we are using. The passwords should be very secure, because as I told you earlier also, that the password should not be 1234, or maybe your date of birth, your family member date of birth, someone, your friend date of birth, anything, date of birth, or simply some particular nicknames, kind of, these things should not be given. Most of the people do that only. They just create such kind of passwords, and these passwords are prone to compromise. So we have to take care that string and complex password we should make. I will be talking about some different websites also which are there to make you understand that how to create different passwords, different complex passwords which are actually very nice to use, and not easy to remember. They will not easy to remember, but actually they will be very secure. So simply make sure to sign out of the instant messaging apps using it. So simply now it comes that who sign out the Instagram, Facebook every time. People are logged in through the application, and they simply do not want to again and again put their details. Do you sign out once you use Instagram? Do you sign out once you use Instagram and then you again sign in when you get in? I don't think so. Anybody does it. Nobody does it actually. But it should be done, because sometimes these things are very important. If you are really a person who wants to learn cybersecurity, so the guidelines should be followed, and you should be sure that you are not doing such things which are actually going to make you in the difficult situation. Okay. So next is simply always make sure to uncheck the remember password option. People are very like, okay, remember password. Just check it fast. So at least I don't have to type the password again and again. Like, remember password is for the same purpose, that we do not have to type the password again and again, and automatically it will be taking our details, because we have already saved that by pressing the remember password, and then we log, we are kept logged in, and that is also dangerous because we make the remember password. So we should never choose a remember password option, and we should always type the password by ourselves. Even we should change and update the password within 1 week. Not like simply the password should be not kept more than 1 week, you can say. They should be kept changing actually. Now let's talk about the risk with social networking sites. So like, attackers might use the information available about the victim online for cyberbullying, identity theft, and the attackers might easily get information such as email IDs, contact numbers, etc. So these details should not be simply spamming, can be done through your email ID even. So you have to take care that your personal information is not revealed on the social media actually. They should be private. Now in today's world, nobody actually wants to keep those information private. But it should be. In context of cybersecurity, it should be. Now, if I talk about spam, so spam is what? Nothing but like simply the attacker might use the email based attack to steal the information, because spamming is simply sending multiple mails at a time, multiple messages at a time. So simply they would lure the victim's computer or system with spam mails. You can say the Gmail box actually, Gmail or any other mailing service you are using. The phishing mails are a trap, and most get victimized to it. Simply, such kind of mails are giving some advertisements, some offers. So people just see that okay, such like offer is running, wow, and you just click and you are just going to, like, you try to simply get those product and services, whatever is getting advertised in those mails, and then actually those websites are not reliable actually, through which those particular products are visible on low cost or price product or services. Now let's talk about the checklist for the internet security. So what you have to take care when you are talking about internet security: set a firewall in order to monitor and control the information. We all have firewall in our windows, so we have to take care that our firewall should be on every time, not downloading some unknown resources, links, and websites or images, because of which actually it asks to close the firewall. No, that is actually not safe for the computer system and our data. Update your web browser, operating system, and applications. We should definitely update the operating system, the web browser, and all other applications on very time. Whenever it asks, update it. It's necessary, because maybe the crack versions are created already for the older versions. So we have to take care of this thing, that we have to update the web browsers, operating system, and application time to time. And do not connect to public Wi-Fi to browse any important websites such as banking website. Most of the time it happens, people go to some public Wi-Fi place and they just fill their examination form, the government exam forms, or some other things they are doing. And what happened that actually their details are getting tracked by that Wi-Fi also. So simply that will be tracked, and that is very difficult to like, if some issue occurs, so it becomes difficult to regain those information. So we should not connect to the public Wi-Fi to browse any important website, because while filling up the forms and all, you definitely have to make the payments also, and the payment are actually connected to your banking website. So the banking applications will be opened that time, and that is not safe. Never respond to the spam mails. We do not have to respond to the spam mails, and never download on the pop-ups. So simply the JavaScript extensions are, such as extensions are there which come again and again with the pop-up ads, and we should not download the software or some service. Actually, most of the time there are some softwares which are downloaded when the pop-up comes. So simply the JavaScript controls we always have on the web browser, we should take care of that. Then update the antivirus regularly and scan your system regularly. That's necessary. Never reveal too much information about yourself on social networking sites. that also is obviously very very necessary, that we have to take care of this thing, that we never reveal too much of our information on the social networking sites. We should never share our personal details or a lot of details, like images we are posting there, our home is visible, our garden is visible, rooms are visible. So what we are doing, that is not actually safe in some context, in the context of cybersecurity. So too much information should not be revealed on the social networking sites. Either it is messaging, or it is simply, you can say, you were asking me that day, so simply we have to take care of this thing. So I hope whatever I have discussed, that much must be clear. In case you have any query, you can definitely ask me. As we have talked about earlier, that cybersecurity refers to the practice of protecting systems, networks, and data from cyber threats such as hacking, malware, phishing, and data breaches. In today's digital world, where sensitive information is constantly encharged online, cybersecurity is crucial for individuals, businesses, and government. Effective cybersecurity measures help prevent financial losses, protect personal and corporate data, ensure privacy, and maintain trust in digital services. As cyber threats continue to evolve, staying informed and adopting strong security practices such as using strong passwords, enabling multi factor authentication, and regularly updating softwares is essential to safeguard digital assets. Cybersecurity have a lot of terminologies which are necessary to be understood. So let's talk about some technical terminologies which are related to cybersecurity, and the person who is connected to cybersecurity should know about it. So simply, first one is the cloud. Now, cloud computing is a complete technology. You can say a separate technology, but simply here also it is necessary to be understood because everything in today's era is on cloud. So cloud computing is the delivery of computer services, including servers, storage, databases, networking, softwares, analytics, and intelligence over the internet to offer faster innovation, flexible resources, and economic scale. So a technology that allow us to access our files and services through the internet from anywhere in the world. Technically speaking, it's a collection of computers with large storage capacity that remotely serve requests. So from wherever you want, you can access your data and the computing power with the help of the cloud computing. Then software is simply the collection of multiple programs, a set of programs that tell the computer to perform a task, and these instructions are compiled into a package used like for different purposes, and user can install it on the system. Like Microsoft Office is a software. So software is basically collection of multiple programs, multiple you can say, like set of instructions. Like one program is set of instruction, and multiple programs means set of programs make a software. Then comes the domain. So domain, like as you know that there the concept of domain is, which is simply when you like host your website, so there is domain name, that is another. But here when we talk about domain, so simply it is the group of computers, printer devices that are interconnected and governed as a whole. Simply when multiple systems are connected to each other in such a manner that they are able to share resources and data information, they are interconnected. So simply it will be considered to be a domain. For example, your computer is usually a part of domain at your workplace because there are multiple other computers, servers, printers connected to each other. So simply it is kind of a domain. Then simply the IP address comes into this picture. So IP address, now here the IP address and domain name system, DNS, are the two concepts which are necessary to be understood. So like the names of the websites are domain names, where you have simply the entire name in alphabetical order, in alphabets. But IP address on the it is known as the Internet Protocol address, and it is a unique number that identifies a device on the internet. It allows devices to communicate with each other by sending and receiving the data. So IP address is numeric in format, and there are two types of IP addresses. It is divided into two types. You can say IPv4, like IP version 4, and IPv6. So simply, IP address is the unique identifying number assigned to every device connected to the internet. And IP address is simply numeric label assigned to the devices, you can say, on the internet to communicate. So the internet version of home address of your computer, which is identified with its when it communicates over the network. So that number will be actually the identity, the address of your computer over the network. Then simply the VPN, the virtual private network. So VPN is simply, you can say, arrangement where you will be able to securely access the internet. Like VPN is basically the virtual private network, and it establishes the digital connection between your computer and the remote server owned by the VPN provider, and it create a point to point tunnel that encrypts your personal data, masks your IP address, and lets your sidestep website block and firewall on the internet. So simply, it is a tool that allows the user to remain anonymous while using the internet by masking the location and encrypting the traffic. Like when we talk about why VPN or what VPN is used for, so simply VPN creates a private network connection between devices through the internet. Private network it creates. And VPNs are used to safely and anonymously transmit data over the public network. So they work by masking the user's IP address and encrypting data. So it's unreadable by anyone not authorized to receive it. You can say it is for the personal security purposes, not for crimes. Okay. Then the exploit, which I have already talked about before also. So exploit, if I talk about in cybersecurity, so simply it is a malicious application, a malicious application or script, you can say. So like exploit is kind of a piece of code or program that takes advantage of a system security flaws or vulnerabilities. Exploits are often used to install malware or launch attacks. Then the breach, when the exploit is happened, then it is known as breach. So simply in cybersecurity, breach refers to a situation where unauthorized access is gained to sensitive information on a computer. Essentially, meaning someone has broken into a system and potentially stolen or compromised data like passwords, personal details, or financial information. And it's often used, you can say, interchangeably by data with data breach. Either you call it breach or you call it data breach. So the moment a hacker successfully exploits a vulnerability in a computer or device and gain access, that is known as breach. Then the firewall. So it is very important component actually. So firewall is a network security device that monitor and controls traffic between the network and the internet. And firewall is a vital part of network security also, protecting against unauthorized access and cyber threats. So firewall basically inspect data packets and decide whether to allow or block them. And firewall can be configured to block traffic from specific IP addresses and ports or protocols. Firewall can also inspect encrypted traffic for threats. So simply, it is a defensive technology designed to keep a bad guy out. Simply, firewall can be hardware or software based. So they provide prevents the unauthorized user from accessing private networks and prevents the hackers and other threats from stealing sensitive data, and also help us to protect against harmful activities and potential threats. Then the malware, which is like the malicious software, you can say. Like malware is a software that intentionally designed. It is intentionally designed to harm a computer, network, or server. And it can be called malicious software because malware is a kind of short form of malware, like malicious software, you can say. Malware, like you can say how malware is used. Cyber criminals use malware to steal sensitive information, and they can disrupt operations, they can gain unauthorized access, and they can damage ransom demand ransoms from the individuals or the organizations even. And there are different types of malwares like virus, worm, ransomware, adware, spyware, like fileless malwares are also there. There are different types. Then the virus. So let's talk about virus. So in cybersecurity, virus is a type of malware itself that can spread between the computers and damage softwares and data. And viruses can be malicious programs that copy themselves and infect the computer without the user's knowledge actually. So via email it can come through hard disks, through USB drives, from compromised softwares or application stores. So they can be coming from different sources, and the signs, if you say that what are the signs that there is the virus, computer runs slower than usual, unwanted pop-up windows come, programs run automatically, device crashes frequently, missing and infected files are there, changes to your web browser happens automatically, unknown apps and programs appear in your system, and your email account sends spam and phishing emails even at the extreme level, you can say. Then it comes that what is ransomware. So ransomware is a type of malware that encrypts a user's file and demands a ransom to restore access. Like it is a common and dangerous cyber threat. Attacker often use the Trojan Trojans like files to like trick users into downloading ransomware. Attackers may also use credential stuffing attack or purchase credentials from the dark web or to log in into the system and deploy ransomware. And attackers may encrypt files, log the computer, or steal the data or delete the data. And attacker often demand ransom in the form of cryptocurrency such as Bitcoin or pay safe cards are there. And attackers may also demand ransom to prevent data from being leaked or sold online. So we should not pay the ransom. Paying the ransom encourages future attacks and doesn't guarantee the safe return of your data even. Like we should report the ransomware attack to the local law enforcement agencies. Okay. So simply ransomware is something which is very dangerous, and examples are like WannaCry ransomware. And you can just visit the website to WannaCry, you will be getting the idea about it. Then the next come, which is very dangerous once again, that is the Trojan horse. So it is a type of malware that appears to be legitimate program, but actually contain malicious codes. The goal of a Trojan horse is to gain access to a user's computer system. Okay, to the user's computer system. And attackers use social engineering to hide malicious codes within the legitimate software actually. And Trojans are often spread through the email attachments and free downloads. So once downloaded, the malicious code executes the task the attacker designed it for actually. So it steals the sensitive data, spy on users' activities online, the online activities, or gain backdoor access to corporate systems, install other type of malware, corrupt files, reformat the hard drives, cause your computer to crash even. And to avoid the Trojan horse attacks, we should avoid the suspicious website and emails, update the antivirus softwares, use strong passwords. Okay. Then what is worm? Another type of the malicious software is worm. So worm is also known as worm house, and it is not commonly used term actually. Worm house is rarely used. So simply Trojan horse is different. Worm is different. It is a malicious program that can self-replicate. It is a malicious program that can self-replicate it and spread across the network like a worm, while also carrying additional malicious functionalities like a Trojan horse, allowing to perform future or further actions once it infect the system. So it will be replicating, and it can like also like inject the Trojan horse issues. And the type of like worm is basically a type of malware that can automatically replicate and spread across a network without requiring user interaction, often consuming system resources by rapidly copying itself. Okay. Then the next one is botnet or bot. So simply botnet is like short for like botnet, and short form is bot network. It is a network of hijacked computers and devices infected with bot malware and remotely controlled by the hacker actually. So the bot network is used to send spam and launched distributed denial of service, that is a DDoS attack, and may be rented out to other cyber criminals even. So simply you can say that it is a type of malware that is under the control of single attacking party known as the bot header, and each machine controlled by the bot header or bot master is known as the bot itself. And BRnet can act as a plug and play module in the backbone network like RESTnet and its like variants. So simply, it is a type of software or a script that perform the task on the command, allowing the attacker to take complete control remotely of an affected computer. Okay. Then the next one is come as the name spyware, and spy, you must be understanding what is the purpose of spyware, what is the meaning of spyware. It refers to the type of malicious software that secretly installs itself on our computer on, or you can say on the user's device to gather personal information like browsing habits, like login credentials, keystrokes, and often sensitive data without the user's knowledge or consent, often transmitting the information to the third party for malicious purposes like identity theft or targeted advertising. So the type of malware that functions by spying the user activity without their knowledge. And simply the capabilities include activities like monitoring, collecting keystrokes, as I told you, hidden operations, spyware operation, you can say work in the background, making it difficult to detect even. And it collects various type of information, including the website visits, email, passwords, and even the microphone recordings. And the collected data is usually sent to the cyber criminals who can use it for the financial fraud, identity theft, or targeted marketing even. And some common forms of the spyware include the keyloggers, like recording of the keystrokes, browser tracker, and stalkerware is there, that is monitoring location and phone activities even. The next comes into the picture, that is the rootkit. So rootkit is another type of malware definitely, and it is a type of malware program that enables cyber criminals to gain access to and infiltrate data from the machines without being detected. It covers software toolboxes designed to infect the computers, give the attacker remote control, and remain hidden for a longer period of time. Rootkits operate near or within the kernel of the operating system, which means they have low level access to instructions to initiate commands to the computer even. And hackers have recently updated rootkit to attack new targets, namely the new IoT, that is the Internet of Things, and to use it, their zombie computers are like the different names you can say. So simply, it is a especially damaging because they are hard to detect, and making it likely that this type of malware could live on your computer, live on your computer for a long time, and the person will not even knowing that okay, such kind of software, because it is just is like installed on the operating system level, basic operations. Then the DDoS, or DOS is the denial of service, DDoS is the distributed denial of service attack. And it is a cyber crime that involves flooding a website or server with traffic to make it inaccessible. And attacker flood a target with requests from many different IP addresses. This make it difficult to distinguish attacker traffic from legitimate traffic. And the target's capacity to consume, it is consumed actually, and it can't respond to the legitimate request even. So simply the system will be becoming very slow and uncontrollable. It is simply like a attack that aims to make a service such as a website unusable by flooding it with malicious traffic or the data from multiple sources with the help of the botnets. Then phishing or spear phishing, that I have already talked about. So simply phishing is which involves the tricking people to giving them sensitive information, and spear phishing is for the you can say organizations. So spear phishing is for the organizations. Then encryption. Now this is a complete phenomena which will be discussed further also in detail. Separate topic it is going to be. But yes, encryption is the method of scrambling data so that only the authorized users can access it. So it is like a common security tool that protects sensitive information from being stolen or compromised. Encryption use mathematical models to convert the data into an unreadable format called ciphertext. Okay. So like only those who have the keys to unscramble the data can access it. And the process of encryption can range from simple to the complex level also. If you have noticed in WhatsApp, we are having end-to-end encryption, no? So simply encryption algorithms can constantly tested and for weaknesses and replace it found to be vulnerable. If it is not replaced, it will be vulnerable. It will be prone to exploits. Then the next which comes into the picture, that is the biot. That is bring your own device. So simply it is when employees use their personal device for work, you can say. The condition when employees are using their personal devices for the work purpose. So simply the risks are there when we are following the biot systems. Data loss can be there, like employee may accidentally or intentionally leak corporate data when using their personal devices. Malwares can come, people like personal devices may contain malware that could compromise the corporate network. And there are so many, you can say, negative points when the biot is followed. So simply biot refers to a company security policy that allows for employees' personal devices to be used in the business. And this policy sets limitations and restrictions on whether or not a personal phone or laptop can be connected over the corporate network even. So that point also comes here into the picture. I hope I have discussed 20 points and these are clear. In case you have any query, you can tell me. We have already talked about 20 important cybersecurity terminologies, and today I will be discussing from 21 because we talked about like 20 and total 25 I am going to discuss with you. So here we are going to talk about pen testing. Like, what is pen testing? Actually, pen testing is penetration testing. And when we talk about penetration testing, it is a simulated attack on a computer system to evaluate its security. Pen tests are performed by ethical hackers who use the same tool as techniques as attackers actually. And what is the purpose of using the pen testing or penetration testing? To find and exploit potential vulnerabilities in the system, to demonstrate the business impacts of weaknesses in a system, and to test for any possible threats. There are different phases of penetration testing or pen testing, that is simply identifying the potential vulnerabilities. Vulnerability assessments are there, like identifying and characterized security vulnerabilities, attempt to exploit the vulnerabilities, and finding the generating reports from the findings actually. So there are various steps, and there are different types of pen testing also. Pen testing or penetration testing is the same thing. Then the next thing which comes into the picture, that is definitely the social engineering, which we have already discussed before. But yes, I will again give a brief in description about it. When we talk about social engineering, it is a cyber security attack, and which is actually a psychological tactic that tricks people into giving away sensitive information and performing actions that compromise their security. Okay, so it is a techniques to manipulate and deceive people to gain sensitive and private information. So scams based on the social engineering are built around how people think and act. And once a hacker understands that what motivates a person's action, they can usually retrieve exactly what they are looking for, like financial data and passwords most of the time. Then the next thing which comes into the picture, that is going to be the clickjacking. So you must have heard about this term before, clickjacking. So it is a cybersecurity attack that tricks user into clicking on malicious content on a website. It's also known as user interface UI redressing. Okay, so here how does it work? If you talk about, so the attacker overlays a malicious page on top of a trusted site, and the user thinks that they are clicking on the trusted site, but they are actually clicking on the malicious page. The malicious page may contain hidden links or buttons that perform actions like downloading malware or transferring money even. So it is clickjacking is a hacking attack that tricks victims into clicking on an unintended link or button, usually disgusted as a harmless element. So simply there are multiple examples of clickjacking, like jacking is there, manipulating the Facebook like button to make user like a page they don't intend to. Cursor jacking is also there, like changing the cursor to trick users to clicking on something different they are not intended actually. And scrolling is also one type of clickjacking, that sliding a dialog box of the screen so that users only see the part of the control. And if we talk about the risk of clickjacking, so unauthorized malware downloads can be there, JavaScript code that runs on a webcam, collecting passwords, recording keystrokes, transferring money, purchasing products online even. So clickjacking can be difficult to detect because it tricks users to performing unexpected actions on websites that seem identical to the trusted sites. Now the next thing which comes into the picture, that is the deep fake. So deepfake is simply a form of AI, like artificial intelligence, that can be used to create convincing hoax images, sounds, and videos. So the term deepfake combines the deep learning concept with the something fake. So deepfake compiles hoax images and sounds and stitch them together using machine learning algorithms. Okay, so simply good security procedures are required against the deepfake, like ensuring the employees and family know about how deepfaking works and the challenges in it. Because until you know about it, so simply you can be deepfaked. So here the AI is getting used for that. And deepfake are made using the deep learning, a type like you can say subset of artificial intelligence itself. So they specifically use techniques like generative adversarial networks like GANs are there. They are used. Then after this, the next thing which comes into the picture, that is the white hat and black hat. So you must have heard about white hat hacker, black hat hacker. So when we talk about a white hat hacker, it is security expert who legally hacks the system to find the vulnerabilities and improve cybersecurity. And simply, you can say the black hat is simply the hacker who is unethical. So simply, white hat breaches the network to gain sensitive information with the owner's consent, making it completely legal. And this method is used to, like, usually employed to test infrastructure vulnerabilities only. They are actually these things, white hat hacking is done to check that where are the vulnerabilities, and black hat, like hackers that breach into the network to steal information that will be used to harm the owner or the user without consent. So it's entirely illegal. Okay. Now, simply, I will be discussing about these things in more detail further, but I hope whatever I have discussed till now, that much is clear. In case you have any query, you can definitely ask. Our today's topic is going to be really very important and interesting, both at the same time. That is cybersecurity, protecting passwords. So this is going to be a bit practical also and conceptual also, because here I will be sharing with you a lot amount of tools which are going to be simply like practically important, and the references also I will share with you definitely. But yes, right now I'm just going to start with the discussion, and then we will be moving towards the tools also. So simply, when we talk about like what are practical passwords, so simply practical password is simply the thing that you have to understand that you can't take anything as a password. One important aspect that you have to understand this thing, that you can't take anything as a password. Actually, you have to take care of this thing that your password is unique, and it is a bit complex also, but not such complex that you don't remember. So use at least 16 characters whenever possible it is set to be, and make passwords that are hard to guess but easy to remember. To make password easy to remember, there are so many tools. So password is likely to be a door of a vault that we get to choose. Simply, you are having a vault, you are having simply an like cupboard, almirah, or simply a place where you are keeping some important documents, some money or something. And now simply you are putting a very simple password, very easy to guess password. So it is going to be really difficult for you to secure that information, that data or money, anything. So password is likely the door to a vault that we get to choose. We are having the authority, we are having the permissions to choose the password. We can choose it, we can make it such difficult or easy, which we want actually. So assets protected by passwords are tangible and intangible, but both are valuable. Like either it is tangible, maybe the cash, maybe the gold, maybe some documents, or intangible, that is simply your wallets, digital wallets, or digital documents in the Digilog, or maybe in the Paytm wallet, or like bank, online banking we do. So assets protected by passwords are tangible and intangible, but both are valuable. And we have to understand that what is the value of a particular asset, why we are protecting it, and what level of security it requires. So they will be always be head off between security and convenience. Like for your convenience, you do remember password. For your convenience, you take 1234. For your convenience, you take your name, your date of birth, your mobile number, your family member's name, date of birth, or mobile number as the password. That is going to be your convenience. That's not going to be secure. So you must to know, like that is necessary for you to understand that what you are protecting, what you are protecting it from, and what it's worth. What is the value of a particular asset, particular thing which you are protecting? You have to understand what you are protecting, what you are protecting it from whom you are protecting it, from malicious attack, from a person, or what, and what its worth is. So simply password compromises could be there. Password can be guessed. Password can be guessed and cracked technically. Like guessing is someone just guess your password and try, and like hit and try method goes and that password is correct. But guessed technically is also the thing that through softwares also it can be guessed. Guessed, cracked, stolen by phishing. So there are different ways through which the passwords can be compromised. It could be guessed, technically guessed, that is cracked. Phishing can be there, so through that stolen, like stolen passwords are there actually. The passwords are stolen in that condition. Now, password cracking fundamentals. So I'm not going to tell that how to crack the password, but what people understand that how to crack the password, that I am telling. You don't have to crack the password. You have to make sure that your password is secure enough that anybody cannot guess or crack it. So online attacks could be there. Through the online attacks, the passwords can be cracked. Offline attacks are there. Password cryptographic fingerprints using different softwares to crack the password. Like fingerprint scanners and all are there. So simply then also we are protecting it. But to crack them also, the password cryptographic fingerprints offline attacks are there. Then password attack tools. So simply Hashcat, John the Ripple, and THCH Hydra. Hydra, sorry. THC Hydra. So I'm going to talk about these three tools right away, and these are actually going to be very important. So let's talk about them in detail, and I will be showing all of them to you right away. So I'm just going to open all these three websites, and simply I will tell about them, that what are their functioning and why and how they are used. So let's do it. One by one, we are going to talk about them. First one is the Hashcat, and you can see the website. I will also share with you the URL, the reference for this, hashcat.net, Hashcat. So what is this actually, and why this is used? So simply they are having multiple things interconnected. You can see this hashcat.net slash hashcat is not the website only for the one purpose. This particular one is the advanced password recovery tool, you can see, which is present here. I'm just zooming in to show you the details here. From here you can download it also, and here the GitHub repository details are there. You have to definitely go through it. I will share with you the links. You have to make sure that you give some time to these websites, whatever resources I will be sharing. When we talk about the Hashcat, it is a popular password cracking tool. Okay, password recovery also providing, password cracking also it is providing. So which is often used in ethical hacking exercises by penetration testers, and simply it is however often used for illicit purposes by cyber criminals also, and it spies to compromise and breach vulnerabilities actually. So simply there are if we talk about the technicality, so if we talk about what algorithms are supported by the Hashcat, so simply LM hashes, MD4, MD5, SHA family, and Unix scripts formats, as well as the algorithms used in the MySQL and Cisco Pix are also simply supported in the Hashcat, you can say. So Hashcat has received publicity because it is partially based on flaws in other software. So simply what flaws are present in other softwares, those flaws are removed from it, you can say. Okay, so this is the Hashcat, and simply you can see here a lot of details are present. The forum, the Wikipedia details. From here you can just read out about it. Tools are there. So if you click on it, you will be getting this. And I just do not suggest to directly go through. You just explore. Firstly, read and then explore them. So simply you have to definitely firstly read about it. What algorithms are there? What are present and supported? All those details are present here. You can just take a look at it. I'm just showing this to you. So this is definitely your you can say assignment kind of, that you have to go through it. Whenever I share with you some references, some resources, you definitely have to go through it. The next one which comes into the picture, that is simply the John the Ripple. So you can see the name is John the Ripple, but the extension is simply URL is openworld.com/John. So simply I'm just coming towards it. This is here, you can see. So simply John the Ripple password cracker, it's already written here. And open wall is there. You can see on the left hand side, open wall is there. So that is the name, you can say, of the website, openwall.com/John. This is the John the Ripple. So now it comes, what is this actually? So John the Ripple is a free password cracking software tool originally developed for the Unix operating system, and it can run on 15 different platforms, 11 of which are architecture specific versions of Unix like DOS, Win32, BEOS, and OpenVMS are there. So it is among the most frequently used password testing and breaking program, as it combines the number of password crackers into one package, automatically detects password hash types, and include a customizable cracker. So it can be run against various encrypted passwords formats, including the crypt password hash type, most commonly found in various Unix versions based on the DES, MD5, Blowfish. Okay, so simply additional modules have extended its ability to include MD4 based password hashes and password stored in the LDAM and MySQL and others. So it was developed initially, it was released in the 1996, and simply the stable release which came here, that is in the May 14th May of 2019, like 2019, you can say. So the repository of it is in the GitHub definitely, and cross-platform it is. Okay, I will suggest you that you should definitely go through it. I will share with you the link, and here you can see it's not only a one-page website. It is having a lot amount of resources and details for you to go through it. If you go to the services, so you will be getting here the details, but I will definitely suggest you that you have to go through it. You have to explore it. Give 1 hour, actually 2 3 days, give some time. It is, these are not a very small tools you just download and install. It can be helpful also, it can be dangerous also, but that's why I'm saying that just understand, go through the manuals and then go for it. That will be the best thing. So one of the modes like John the Rebel can use is the direct, dictionary attack. Okay, it takes text string samples, usually from a file called a word list containing words found in the dictionary, and read password cracked before. So through that it will be like able to guess the password. So there is a lot amount of things which you should go through. So you will be able to understand, at least firstly understand what is this. Then other things comes into the picture. Firstly understand that it is, yes, it is the password cracker, but what mechanism it is using, how it is working, why it is working. So all those things are necessary to be gone through. The next thing which comes into the picture, that is going to be the THC Hydra, that is on the Cyberpunk website. You can see www.cyberpunk.rs, password cracker, the THC Hydra. So simply here you can see this is the website in front of you. Cyberpunk is the website, and here you can just see the URL which is present. So Cyberpunk is providing this website that is known as the THC Hydra. Okay, so it is also very important and popular tool actually. When we talk about this, it is for the Kali Linux actually most of the time. So it is known as Hydra or THC Hydra, and it is parallelized network login cracker, but into various operating system like Kali Linux, Parrot, and other major penetration testing environments. It is not mainly used for the Windows, you can say. It is mostly used for the Linux and all. So it was created as a proof of concept tool for security researchers to demonstrate how easy it can be to crack logins. And Hydra works by using different approaches such as brute force attack and dictionary attack. Now it comes, these are the tools to crack the password. Not like you are not here for the ethical hacking or hacking. You are here for cybersecurity. So you have to understand the things, that why these are how these are present, and how people are working to crack your passwords, how they are cracking. You should have knowledge about it. Cybersecurity branch actually gives you the knowledge about different attacks actually, and to make you secure. That is the purpose of cybersecurity majorly. Okay, so it is simply, you can say, it was like a stable release is in 2022. Okay, like September 8 2022, 9.4 version, that is the stable release. And it's when it was released, that you can check. I don't remember that date, that when it was released, but you can definitely go through it. Now they are giving so many ads on their website. But yes, again I'm saying that a lot amount of stuff is present here. You have to go through it. You should at least read it and understand about these tools first of all, and then any other things comes into the picture. Okay, so firstly, it's necessary. Just go through the website, go through it properly, understand the stuff what is present here, and then you will be able to compare and contrast that what software is used for what particular purpose, and simply what you have to use in what particular scenario. So after this, I hope you have enjoyed first of all these three. I am expecting that you have enjoyed these three concepts. and tell me that you have heard about these three before or not, or you are simply learning them for the first time. Have you heard about it before? Like Hashcat, John the Ripple, THC Hydra. Have you heard about it before or you have used it? Tell me. So, THC Hydra, simply this is the online password attack tool and it goes on the computer network. Okay, let's discuss about them in brief, like brief intro I would like to give, although I have already talked about them, but yes, something more. So it is free, fast and flexible online password attack tool it is, okay, and it can be used for any service like email account, chat accounts, any page which we can log into. Okay, wherever we can log in. So it is for the login. It can just check the login ID passwords or crack it. Then now there are simply more as I talked about Hashcat. So simply it is the offline attack tool. Hashcat is to be downloaded and then only it will be able to use. So simply it is free, amazingly fast and flexible, and hash password, thumbprint passwords can be used, like cracked. You can say, like if it is having like the someone is having password 123, like this is the password itself, like this complete is the password, so it will be hashed like this. So hashing algorithms like are there, and simply next which I'm going to discuss about, that is have I been pwned. So simply, Have I Been Pwned is simply a website which actually helps you to check that you are secure or not. Like, is your password being hacked, or someone tried to breach your password. So this is for that particular purpose. So here, this is the website. Have I been pwned? Now you can see that the website which I have opened and the one which is written here. So here the password is in the slash. So all the websites are having so many tools with it. This is to check your email address if it is like simply breached or not. You can check your email address here. Just put your email address and check. I'm just trying to give one of it. Okay, let's take this one only right now and check that anybody tried to breach it. Yes, see, three times. Okay, so simply, this ID people are trying to breach. Okay, so this way you will be able to check. Okay, so you will be like able to understand that okay, people are trying to breach, so you should change the passwords, and the passwords should be definitely changed frequently. Okay, so here you can see what kind of breaches, Big Basket, Dominoes, like they are like connected. Sometimes it happens like some promotional mails come and the like for subscription and all this sync. So they from there also the malicious attack can be coming. Okay, so let's refresh it. And I will not check any other. You can just check your own and others, like your family members, you know, IDs and all. That is very necessary. You should check. And here you can see there is one more website which is I'm going to talk about. And here you can see before that I will just replicate this to show you this one also. So this which I have shown you, this is very interesting and important. You can check your email ID. Okay. And this you can see one password they are giving like this. They are promoting their tool, onepassword.com. Even I will be talking about this onepassword.com afterwards also. But right now as a promotional, they have given it. So simply generate secure unique password. Actually, this was actually free for like some time ago. It was completely free. Okay, right now they are getting get started free 1 month free trial they are giving, but actually, um, few months ago you can say it was completely free, lifetime free. You don't have to pay, you don't have to do just like this. It was free, and you were able to generate your passwords. But right now it is not free. Okay, now here you can see this website which I was trying to search. Just a second. This one it is. So here you can see, from here you can just check that the password which you are using, that password is secure or not. So for example, I'm just typing here some password. Let's check it. Mm, how much secure it is, or it is like someone tried to breach it or not. You can get this also. Good news. No pawn is found. This password wasn't found in any of the Pwned password loaded into have been, see, simply it is secure. So simply this is one here they are giving many APIs and like tools which the are embedded into their website. Like one I have checked here, so you can just check your password on it, your friend's password, your family member's password, and before like you can just change your password accordingly. Let's try something which is very easy. So let's see what happens. See, I just tried some numbers, no? So simply you have to take care of this thing that what you are using, and I will share these resources with you definitely so you can just play around it. I will suggest you just give some time to these particular tools. Don't get disheartened in the initial, because firstly you have to go step by step, then only you learn the things in a better manner. So whatever tools I am sharing with you, it's your responsibility, it's your moral responsibility that you give time to them. Okay, you give time to them, and there are so many tools which I will share with you further also. But right now whatever I have discussed, like these three, one, two, three, and then this one and this one, you have to go through. This is just the promotional 1 month free trial you can check. So after that, don't pay for it simply. So they will be helping you to generate secure password. But for generating secure password, I will be sharing with you more tools, so that you will be getting from my end only. So I think right now I can simply keep till here only, and you tell me that whatever I have discussed, whatever tools I have shared with you, whatever I have discussed, that is clear or not, and whatever I have discussed, it was interesting or not. So did you enjoy the stuff what we discussed? So previously, I have discussed with you these three important password attack tools as we are talking about the practical passwords. So simply, I talked about the Hashcat, John the Ripple, and the THC Hydra in very detail. And I am expecting that the resources which I shared with you previously, you have gone through them. So these things I have already covered previously, and in very detail we have talked about it, and I have shared with you four tools also. So now today I am going to talk about top 20 font passwords. So simply the compromise passwords like 1 2 3 4 5 6, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. You can see like how simple and ignorant these passwords are. Like people should never use such password, but most of the people still use it. QWERTY password itself 1 1 1 1 1 1 or 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. It's like such passwords people use ABC 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, password 1 1 2 3 4 5, like this way, all 1 2 0 1 2 3 1 2 3 0 0, all zeros 1 2 3 4. I love you. And simply one QWERTY. This kind of password people use, and they are always compromised. I hope you are trying to understanding the depth that what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that the people you are using it. Okay, the people who are in their 20s or their 30s, or like simply maybe the people who are new to this devices, they are not you can say 45 plus 40 plus people can be in such category, like they are not so much aware of it. The people who are not aware, why the cyber security we talk about, why we learn cyber security, simply as I said earlier also, that cyber security is not only for being expertise and a cyber security expert, but actually it is a kind of thing which everybody should know. Everyone should know, it is very necessary. So these things are actually for awareness also, that okay, such kind of things are not to be done by anybody. So these kind of passwords are not secure. Then bottom, like they were top 20, these are bottom 20. See, take a look at it. These kind of passwords are not secure, still not secure, but these are the bottom 20. Like the numbering you can see, this number is going on. So out of 10,000, I'm talking. Take a look at it. Out of 10,000, these are bottom 20, and they were top 20. So these kind of passwords should not, like, I'm not saying that exactly this, but these kind of softwares should also not be used, because people can easily guess or try this, and simply the system will be not secure then. It will be compromised. It should not be done actually by anyone. in any condition. Now, password compromises. So simply, like interpretation. Simply, password can be interpreted. Like afraid of forgetting. People just think that okay, I will forget if I will keep complex password. Don't clearly understand the risk. People are not aware that okay, what is the level of the risk, what will be the damage, or what will be the issue if their password is stolen or cracked simply. So they should be actually using good passwords, but people don't understand because they are not aware of it, or people are afraid of forgetting, aren't aware the modern password attack. They don't know that what are the modern password attacks are happening, what kind of cyber criminals and the crimes are happening. So simply they are not aware of it, they make this mistake. Then the password spraying, that means the password spraying is there, credential stuffing is there. So these are also the compromises if we talk about. And if I talk about that, what is the password spraying? So it is a attack simply. Password spraying is a form of brute force cyber attack in which actors attempt to access large number of accounts, usernames with few commonly used passwords. They are able to simply guess that okay, this kind of passwords are getting used. So multiple account, if one person is having multiple accounts and that particular person is using the same password in all the accounts, so you see what happens. So we should never have the same password throughout all our accounts even. And when we talk about credential stuffing, so credential stuffing is a type of cyber attack in which the attacker collects stolen account credentials. They collect the stolen account credentials, typically containing the list of usernames and email addresses. So they will be having the list of email addresses and the usernames and the corresponding passwords, often from the data breaches, and then uses the credentials to gain unauthorized access to the user's account. Or other symptoms, you can say, through large scale automated login requests directed against a web application. So, unlike credential cracking, credential stuffing attacks do not attempt to use the brute force or guess any password. And the attacker simply automates the logins for a large number, thousands to millions even, or previously discovered credential pairs. So people just attackers understand that okay, these kind of pairs are getting used. This person is having such IDs, and these IDs are having such passwords that way. So simply, I have used one word two times, brute force. So when we talk about brute force, what is it? Although we are going to talk about it later also, but it's still in cryptography, a brute force attack is there. Like it consists of an attacker submitting many passwords or passphrases, you can say, with the hope of eventually guessing correctly. Okay, it just tries again and again. So the attacker systematically checks all possible passwords and passphrases until the correct is found. Alternatively, the attacker can attempt to guess the key, which is typically created from the password using the key verification function. Okay, now there are some derivation functions which are used when the hash mapping and all is done. So this is known as like exhaustive key search. When the person is like attacker is doing so much of research into it, it is known as exhaustive key search. And this approach does not depend on intellectual tactics actually. It relies on making several attempts. So a force attack is a attack that can the in theory but used to attempt to decrypt any encrypted data, except for data encrypted in an informational theoretical secure manner. Because when we talk about security and different kind of ways to secure, so the algorithms which are getting used, we will be talking about them also. So those algorithms are making the system secure. They are promising that okay, after using SHA 256 or SHA 24, there are many or many other hashing algorithms, the system is secure. But brute forcing can actually, it's not technical, so it's simply guessing and attempting. So through a lot amount of data, so it can be risky in any condition. Now creating practical password, it is really going to be practical stuff. practical thing that I'm going to discuss with you now. You should try it along with this. Like you have to try it right now only. That will be the best thing. And you have to practice these things by yourself, because sometimes you will remember and then they forget. You have to take care that you are making it practical, like implementation in your life. You are implementing these things practically. First thing, you have to remember that longer is stronger. When we are creating practical passwords, you should definitely remember that longer is stronger. Password should be changed often, within week, 10 days to 15 days, like maximum 15 days. Like, don't keep the password more than 15 days. Change your password, update your password. You have to change the password frequently. The complexity should be less. Okay, it should not be very complex, but it should be longer. Okay, so you will be able to remember it also, and it will be simply not easy to crack even. Now, one particular method of like a practical password is pluck and shim method. So pluck and shim method is very interesting and important. When we talk about pluck and shim, pluck a few words from a phrase of memory. You think about something, and simply when you think about one particular statement, I will give you example also. So simply just pluck some words from there. Pluck a few words from a phrase or memory. Insert a complexity, that is shim, somewhere in it. For example, son, sometimes you have just got to give it the onion and hope for the best. You can see that underlined words are there. So this is the entire phrase from that give onion hope best. These like four words from this phrase have been taken out. Now adding the shim. Give onion hope best. See, this is step one. You have just taken out the words from the phrase, and then shim, give onion one, then exclamation mark and hope best. So this is pluck and shim that you just choose. Try it right now. You like take some phrase, take a memory, like think about a statement, and from that statement, pluck some words. That is step one. Step one. Try it right now. So simply in this phrase, you can see give onion hope best are the like four words which have been plucked from the phrase, which is written like some son, sometimes you have just got to give it the onion and hope for the best. From them, from this statement, four words have been taken, and that is step one. Step one, you can see. The step two is shim. So in the shim, they have like simply I have added here one and exclamation mark. So exclamation mark, you can add anything. You can add a number at the rate, any like special character. One numeric, one special character. Just put it anywhere. Now, who will be able to guess that what phrase you have thought, what memory you have thought, what four words, five words, 10 words you have taken out, and what shim you have attached into it? Try it right now, and then you will be able to generate some very easy to remember password, and you will be remembering it, but it will be difficult to crack because nobody knows that what you thought while creating your password. This is pluck and shim method, the first method which I have discussed with you in the practical passwords. After that, I would simply talk about some website, that is how secure is my password.net. Now, previously I talked about one website which became paid, but now this no, this was it. Not actually, this was it, which became paid to generate passwords. But one password, that is. But yes, what I am going to discuss with you, that is this one. How secure is my password.net? So, how secure is my password.net? Here you can see they have simply transferred this tool to this particular website, security.org. No issues. You can definitely go to it. I will share the resources. This is completely free of cost. You can just check your password by clicking here. Even they are generating some password from you. Choose your own, use a stronger password. Simply here you can enter the password. Like I am starting to enter a password. Now you see how interesting it is, how innovative it is. It is written that it will take 3 years for a person to crack it. Now it will take 12,000 years to crack it, you see. So, suppose this is my password, somewhere I have used it, so 600 years it will take to crack. Now, let's take something else. Mm, 2 billion years. So, simply I remember this password. It is quite easy what I have taken. Simply plug and shim method you can use to generate your own passwords. Don't take like this. See, I have taken 1, 2, 3, 4. So simply you see, password would be cracked. I will share this resource with you, and it is really easy to use. And yes, you should use it again and again for your security purposes to check that how secure your password is. And it is that, free of cost tool. Don't forget that. I will share it with you and play around it. Play around it. Try to create your own passwords using this. This will be very, very, very helpful to you, and you will be able to generate good passwords for yourself and maybe your family also. Okay, so this is a resource. Now let's talk about the password don'ts. What you don't have to do. Don't reuse passwords across sites. Like you're having Facebook account, Amazon account, Flipkart account, maybe YouTube and Google, Gmail, everything. And wherever you are going, you are keeping the same ID and same password. Why? Don't reuse the passwords across the site, because if one is compromised, all others will be also compromised. Never store passwords in plain text on your computer. Like just keeping your passwords in the plain text on the computer is the worst thing which anyone can do. There are multiple tools which can be used to keep your passwords in a very secured manner. I will talk about it later, but I will definitely share with you those practical tools also. Now you can see we are doing the things practically. So you should try these softwares by yourself also, the tools which I shared previously and today. So you should definitely use those things by yourself and make it more practical. Don't write down your passwords like in diary or simply in a page or maybe in the ATM card cover. You are just writing the password of the ATM, like pin of the ATM. So if the ATM card is dropped, the person will be easily getting your password, the pin, and just all gone. Never use your username, real name, phone number, or any other essential, like easily identifiable information in your password, like your DOB, your mother's name, father's name, maybe like relatives, you know um, like family members. You are not going to use that. If you are using it, that will be dangerous for you. So simply nothing related to yourself. Simply use plug and swim method, and I will share more practical methods with you further. But for right now, as an assignment, whatever I am discussing, you should practice it. Never use an easy keyword combination like ABCD, QWERTY, or QAZ, A to Z kind of. Always use a unique string password for your email, especially because most of the time your email is linked everywhere. If it is compromised, then all the things will be compromised which are connected through your email. Use two-factor authentication whenever possible. 2FA is always present. You should use it in your Gmail also, in your Amazon also, in your YouTube also. Everywhere you go, two-factor authentication is present, and there are different tools also which can be used for the two-factor authentication, and I will definitely suggest that you should use the 2FA definitely. So at least when someone is trying to log into your device, in case, so you will be getting the notification and you can stop it right away. Without your OK, it won't be logged in. Never use remember passwords suggested by browsers. Okay, so this I have talked earlier also, that remember password is a comfort, and that is going to be compromised. It can be compromised. You should never use the remember password. Just type the password every time. So, like these things, I am not going to discuss right now. I will discuss about those tools further, but not right now because that will be taking much amount of time. So, I will simply discuss it separately in more detail. I have not shown you those tools. They are the three different tools which are for the passwords. Like if you don't want to remember password, you want to keep it. So, what to do? You don't have to write it in the notepad. You don't have to write it on the diary. You don't have to write it on a paper. You don't have to write it in the ATM cover. So what you are going to do? You don't have to create it like ABCD or easy password. So definitely you can use some tools which are free of cost also and paid also. So I will discuss about them later. But you tell me that whatever I have discussed, that you have understood or not. In case you have any query, you tell me. And simply, I will suggest that please use these tools, the practical stuff, whatever we have done by yourself. Try them. I will share with you the resources so it will be easier for you to work with it. So we have already discussed the password don'ts, and simply today I am going to talk about very important and interesting stuff. That is going to be the third-party password manager tools. Now, different password manager tools I am going to share with you, and these tools are going to be really very helpful to you because these will be helping to manage your passwords. So more than you can say almost seven tools I will be sharing with you. Seven tools I will discuss with you. But yes, you definitely have to give your personal time to these softwares because then only you will be able to understand more and implement the things in a better way. So simply you have to definitely test and try these softwares by yourself. I'm telling you in the initially only I'm telling you I will be discussing about them. I will be telling everything about them. I will be sharing with you the resources, everything we will do. But still, you definitely have to give your personal time to these softwares, which I will share, which I will discuss today. So, simply here you can see these are the third party password manager tools. Three are here in front of you right now. And first is LastPass, then Dashlane, and the One Password. So, let's talk about them one by one. When I talk about the LastPass, so simply it is a password manager application. The standard version of LastPass comes with a web interface, but also includes plugins for various web browsers and the applications for many smartphones. This is the official website of LastPass. You can see on the screen. As I told you, it is web browser based, and it also includes support for the bookmarklets. So simply it is you can say 17 years old company, or you can say simply the tool. It was founded in 2008, and it's simply having multiple features in it. So it was founded in 2008, and simply it includes the password and secure nodes. It is protected by one master password. So the user content in LastPass include passwords and secure nodes, and it is protected by one master password. The content is synchronized to any device the user uses the LastPass software or application or extension. So simply, the information is encrypted with AES 256 encryption with the SHA 256 salted hashes and the ability to increase password iteration value. So encryption and decryption takes place at the device level. The LastPass has a form filler also that automates password entering and form filling, and it supports the password generation also. Site sharing and site logging is also there. Two-factor authentication is also there. LastPass support two-factor authentication via various methods, including the LastPass authentication app for mobile phone as well as for the YubiKey. I will talk about YubiKey also. So here you can see different features and pricing you will be able to find on their website. And I will suggest you that please go through the resources, the website details by yourself because there are so many features. I can discuss it with you. Definitely, I am discussing. But yes, until and unless you give your personal time to these websites, it's not going to be helpful to you. It is a suggestion that you should simply create two, three dummy IDs. Okay, two, three dummy IDs which you are not using. So with the help of those IDs, you will be able to check these tools. Like I will be sharing you massive amount of tons of tools I will share with you. But you don't have to only cram their names or keep it with you. You just have to try them. You have to test and try those softwares by yourself, and you have to get something out of it in a better way. When you will be checking those softwares by yourself, then only you will be able to understand them more, and you will remember that which software is best for you or others even. So you can suggest others also. You can get it for yourself also. You can use it by yourself also. Their free trials are definitely there. So multi-device password management tool, it is sharing for one person, unlimited password access on all devices, one to many sharing, that is like share password and login credentials with LastPass users you trust for convenient save account access. Password generator is there, save and autofill, dark web monitoring. Then security dashboard is there. When we talk about dark web monitoring, 24 by 7 monitoring on your accounts against the database of the compromised credentials and receive intermediate alerts if there is any theft or you can say intruders identified. Security dashboard is there, like access your account password securely and monitor account for data breaches, all from your security dashboard. 1 GB encrypted file storage there, 50 MB in the free plan, and it goes till 1 GB in the like premium plan. So digitally backup credential like critical documents you want to keep safe, like passport, credit card, insurance card, tax documents, etc. could be kept easily encrypted here. You just upload it, they will keep it encrypted. Passwords vault are also there, so log into your vault without your without your master passwords. So biometrics are also provided in this with the help of UV keys. I will tell about it. Passwordless vault login is there. So many like emergency access is there. One time you can say grant access, one time access to your vault to another last pass user in the event of an emergency or crisis you will get. So I will suggest you that you should try all of these. Actually, all of these you can try. They are free premium versions. Create 2 3 IDs, 2 3 dummy IDs, and try them by yourself. Then only you will be able to learn more. I will definitely come back to these softwares one by one again with you. But before that, I will suggest that give sufficient amount of time to these softwares to get into it. Next one which comes into the picture, that is the dash lane. So when we talk about the dash lane, it is simply a password manager tool, but it is a subscription based password manager, and digital vault application is also available for the Mac OS, like Windows, Android, and for every other, you can say, operating system. So simply this is the official website of the Dashlane in front of you, and simply they are like Dashlane user Dashlane uses a freemium pricing model where you get the free also and premium also model with a subscription plan option. And it was created, or you can say released in 2012, that is 12 years ago. So last pass came 17 years ago, this came 12 years ago, and it is written in Kotlin for the Android and Swift for the iOS. Different operating system support is present for the Mac OS, Windows, iOS, Android. 12 languages are available. There is a lot of stuff, you can say. It is a digital vault also, password manager also. And it was founded in Paris in 2009, and first release was done in 2012. And it is having like encryption using AES 256. Over time, more features were added, simply multi-factor authentication, automatic form filling, password generation, digital wallet, security breach alert, and virtual private network. So many features like are there. You can just check it. I will suggest you that you should definitely go to the website, go through their details, what is free for you, what is paid for you, compare, contrast, make your notes, create 2 3 IDs, as I said, create 2 3 dummy IDs, and please go through them. That is really very important. It is kind of assignment for you that you should give your personal time to these websites in a proper manner, create your notes, test try them with different IDs, and then tell me that how much you have gone through it and how much you have understood it. So simply you will be able to see like different plans are there, and I will suggest you that please read them all. Whatever is there, go through each link. They are having different resources on each website. Please go through the documentation, compare and contrast. The resources are present here. You can just go through their free webinars and events are there, which you can join to get into it, to understand more about the security concerns, and simply different programs they are providing. I will suggest you that you should give your time to this and other tools which I will share with you, that will be making you better in the applications of the cyber security things. The next one which comes into the picture, that is nothing but the one pass. If you remember one password, simply.com, this website we have gone through once before also. That time overview kind of I gave you through another software. That time it was, my purpose was not to discuss the one password as the password manager tool, but yes, as I told you that time, that I will discuss it again. Now we are here with it. So this is the official website. On the screen you can see one password is a password manager developed by the Canadian software company Agile Bits. Agile Bits Incorporation is the company, and it supports multiple platforms such as iOS, Android, Windows, Linux, Mac OS. So either you are a Windows user, Apple, or anything, you can just go through it. Android and all, in the phone also it is supported. It provides a place for users to store various passwords, as it is a password manager tool. software licensing, and other sensitive information in a virtual vault, and that is logged with a PBKDF2 guarded master password. So by default, the user's encrypted vault is hosted on Agile Bits server on like for a monthly fee. There is a fee for it. So simply, it was released in 2006, and for the different operating systems like Windows, Mac OS, Linux, Android, iOS, web app, browser extensions, command line interface, SCIM bridge, for all of them, the releases are continuously coming, and simply the stable versions came in 2004, few months ago, 2024, sorry. So simply, you can say every time it is updating. Few versions are in 2024, some are in 25, like this. So simply, different releases came into the picture with different you can say updations, and one password can be configured through onepassword.com. As you can see on the screen, it is a paid subscription based server synchronization service maintained by the developers, and local Wi-Fi and iCloud synchronization were only available on the iOS and Mac OS in the previous versions. But after that, like, everything is present right now. Again, I will say to you that please go through their all plans, all the free trials and all. Just go through it. As I told you, 2 3 IDs you have to create, and then try test these softwares by yourself, and go through their resources, their simply documentation, and the free webinars. Every of them, like each of them, are providing you. Why don't you join them? Why don't you go through it? And then you will be able to learn more, make notes, compare, contrast these softwares. So that will be definitely wonderful for you to learn more about it. So these are the third party softwares, third party password managers, which I have discussed with you, but it's not everything. I am going to discuss three more softwares, three more third party local storage password managers. I am here with you for it. Simply, that is KeyPass, RoboForm, and Password Safe. So simply, these are three more, but these are local storage. As you can see, it's written on the screen. When I talk about the KeyPass, so simply KeyPass, Password Safe, like Safe is a free and open source password manager, which was primarily used for the Windows, and it's officially supported. It supports the Mac OS and Linux operating system through the monos. And let me show you, this is the official website of the KeyPass, and it is not having much graphics, but it is really very wonderful tool, you can say. And like you can say, additionally, there are several unofficial ports also for Windows phones, Android, iOS, and BlackBerry devices, which normally work with the same copied and shared remote password database. So KeyPass store username, password, and other fields, including free form notes and file attachments. So in an encrypted file, they store it. And this file can be protected by any combination of the master password. So a key file and the current window account details you need. By default, the key pass database is stored on a local file system. Simply, and it was developed in 2003. Okay, and it is written in C sharp and C++. So simply, there are two versions, you can say. KeyPass comes in two different variants. KeyPass has 1.x and KeyPass 2.x. Although the 1.x variant is the former variant, and it is supported identifiably, you can say. 2.x isn't the successor of 1.x, and 1.x isn't dead. Both are there actually. KeyPass 2.x has a different software basis, which is written in C sharp actually. 2.x is written in C sharp, and the C 1.x is written in C++. So simply, KeyPass 1.x and 2.x support a number of plugins, although 2.x allow more plugins, and it has password generator, synchronization functions, two-factor authentication, multi-factor. It is 2FA, and has a secure desktop mode also. It can use a two-channel auto type off functions also, features also, to offer additional protection against keyloggers. And KeyPass can import from over 30 other most commonly used password managers. Okay, so it is really very wonderful software. I will suggest you that please try it by yourself once. It is kind of your assignment, you know. You have to go through it in a proper manner. You have to give some time. It's not one day work. You have to give time. More than week you will need to go through all these softwares in a proper manner. Then I can come back with the one by one with all of them. That will be best. So next one which is there, that is the RoboForm, and it is again a password manager, which is a class of software that allows users to have secure, unique passwords for every website access. And it is amongst the older password managers on the market, and it is developed by a US company. So it is distributed as a freemium product with subscription plans, and it is also like having free versions also and premium versions also. So that's known as freemium. Here you can see the website is present in front of you. So simply it was like it is 26-year old. It is more than LastPass. LastPass came 17 years ago. It is like 26 years ago. It came in 2000. Oh, sorry, in 1999 it came. So it is available in 30 plus languages, and simply it is very interesting software. Again, I will say that go through it, go through the plans which are present here, test and try these things. So here you can see plans. If you go, free is there. Like here you can see different features are present in the free. Limited features are there, but to try the interface, to try that how it works, you should definitely go through it. Here you can see monitor for compromised passwords. Like RoboForm informs you when one of your password has been found in the data breach. And simply 2FA, add a second security step to your RoboForm account with email, SMS, or TOPT. Like OTP authenticator is also there. So simply just to try them, I will say this only to you. Try them, go through them by yourself, give some time, and then you will be able to learn more about it in a better way. You will be able to access them as a practical stuff. After the RoboForm, the next one which comes into the picture, that is the password safe. So password safe is a free and open source password manager. Okay, pwsafe.org is the official website for it. It is here in front of you, you can see, with least graphics, but yes, it is really really interesting software, and it was released in 2002. It is written in C++, and it was released in 2002. And simply it is free and open source password manager program, originally written for the Windows, Microsoft Windows, but supporting a wide array of operating systems like Linux, FreeBSD, Android, iOS, BlackBerry, and other operating systems. Everywhere it is supported. Okay, so you can definitely test and try this one also. This is also having a good amount of documentation and the feature history and all. So you can definitely go through it. It is like a very interesting software which you can download and check. I again told you, you have to create 2, 3 IDs, try and test these softwares. You can download it from here. Windows version is present, you can see right here. Now, after discussing these like 3 and 3.6 softwares I have talked about till now, LastPass, Dashlane, 1Password, then I talked about the local storage password managers like KeyPass, RoboForm, and Password Safe. I don't think that you have thought about or heard about it before. You tell me that have you heard about these softwares before, or these are new to you? Like, I want to know that is this new? I don't think so that you have heard about them before, because these are very like secret softwares which I am talking about right now. And if you have heard about them before, tell me. You must not have used them. So simply tell me that what is your experience on it. Have you heard about it before or not? And have you used it before or not? I want to know it. Tell me. And simply whatever I have discussed till now, that much is clear or not, because simply this is really very important stuff, very difficult to digest in one go. But yes, I have discussed 6 softwares till now, and one more I will discuss right away with you. That is going to be a third party password manager, True Key. Okay, Ubico. It is like it is really very sophisticated tool, you can say. This is the website of it, truekey.com. So simply TrueKey is simply one software which is having the, you can say, physical device also, and TrueKey is a browser extension also. So two things are there. Ubico I will be discussing further. It is having some link with it. That's why I took its name, but it's free. You can download it. You can see TrueKey is is a browser extension for Windows or Mac OS, and an app is also available in the Android or iOS. that you can download on all your devices to remote the hassle of logging into the websites. And TrueKey does like this by automatically remembering your login details for each website. So you don't have to do that simply. And it is a good tool. You can see it is free, it's written here. And the app is also there. Their app is also there. So this much you see. TrueKey, I like Ubico. I will discuss. You can see here it was written somewhere Ubico, but this Ubico like it is powered by Ubico actually, password safe. But yes, what is the physical device of Ubico and all that I will discuss with you further, not right now, because that is a complete different stuff. Physical tools also are there. Like in cybersecurity, it's not that you have only the softwares, the physical tools, the hardware tools are also there which help you for the password managers even and many more. So I hope whatever I've discussed till now that much is clear to you. In case you have any query, please tell me. So I will help you out. So let's talk about the third party password manager tool, Ubico. Ubico is a physical security key, and like I have already talked about with I have talked about the third party password manager tools like TrueKey. I talked about the KeyPass, RoboForm, Password Safe, LastPass, Dashlane, One Password. Now, what I am talking about that is a physical security key, Ubico, and www.ubico.com is the official website of Ubico. Now, simply when we talk about physical security key, so Ubico YubiKey, it is a physical security key which you can purchase from Amazon or anywhere else actually. So, what is a physical security key? A physical security key is like Ubico YubiKey. It is a hardware-based authentication device that enhances security by providing multi-factor authentication, that is the MFA, and password-less login options. Like instead of relying on the passwords, these keys offer phishing-resistant and high-secure authentication methods. If we talk about it, what are the key features of Ubico YubiKey? So there are multiple factors. Few I will be focusing on, you can say multi-protocol support. It is giving no battery on internet needed, phishing proof security, passwordless login, durable and waterproof, and it works on multiple devices itself. So like I am focusing on six factors. If I talk about the like multi protocol support, so it works on FIDO2, U2F, and smart card, that is PIV, OTP, that is one time password, and open PGP authentication also. If I talk about the no battery on internet needed, that means like it's a simple USB or NFC device that does not require any charging or connectivity. If I talk about that, it is phishing proof security. It is providing us the phishing proof security. That means it protects against online attacks since authentication is hardware based. If I talk about that, it is giving password less login. That means it supports Windows Hello, Google, Microsoft, Facebook, GitHub, and many enterprise applications. It is durable and waterproof, so it is having like it is built for long term use and resistance to physical damages. Works on multiple devices, so it is available in USB A, USB C, Lightning, and NFC models for compatibility with the PCs, Macs, and more devices. Now it comes why to use the YubiKey. So it eliminates the risk of phishing attacks. It reduces reliance on weak passwords, faster login with the one-touch authentication. Offline authentication is there, like no mobile network on battery required. Trusted by companies like Google, Microsoft, and Facebook. Now, popular YubiKey models and their usage, if I talk about, so like YubiKey 5 NFC, 5C NFC, YubiKey 5CI. So simply YubiKey 5 NFC is like best for PC and mobile users with the USB A and NFC support. YubiKey 5C NFC is like for USB C and NFC devices. YubiKey 5CI works with USB C and Lightning for iPhones especially. Then security key series, if I talk about, so it is budget friendly option with the FIDO2 and U2F support. Now, why should we use it? It is for developers and IT professionals for secure access, businesses and enterprises to protect employees' account, and individuals looking for advanced two-factor authentication security. So this is the official website of Ubico. As you can see, I will definitely share with you the link of the Ubico. And simply, if anybody wants to purchase this Ubico device, so definitely it can be purchased from their official website also. And along with that, you can purchase it from the Amazon. So let me show it to you. This is the official website. And if you want to like just search the Ubico, Google search results will be there, and through those Google search results you can see like so many options are available here from the different websites. You can see Ubico's official website is also giving, and here you can see multiple sponsored ones are there, and this is the Amazon link. You can see from here you can just go for the purchase of Ubico different devices like 5 FC NFC and all from the Amazon itself. So I'm not asking you to purchase it definitely, but yes, you should definitely go through it. You can check it, check these websites and compare and contrast their prices, or you can go for the official website also. So here different prices are there accordingly, whichever platform is selling it. I'm not saying that you have to purchase it, but I am just saying that you should go through it. You can just check this, so you will be getting the idea of the features also and their prices also, which is for what particular purpose. Go through it, check the reviews and all. So simply, this is very interesting thing. I think you should just check this physical physical security key Ubico. Today's topic is TCP/IP and OSI reference models, and these are the two network models. You must have heard about them. So simply, first of all, let's see that what I am going to discuss today. First of all, we will be talking about the introduction. Then we shall cover the OSI reference model. Then I will talk about the TCP/IP reference model. They both are the two different models. So we shall compare and contrast them. Then first thing which I am going to talk about, that is introduction to the TCP/IP versus OSI reference model. So a comparative study I would like to do here. When we talk about that, what is the purpose? So simply the primary goal of this comparison is to understand the similarities and differences between the TCP, that is the transmission control protocol, TCP/IP, that is the transmission control protocol and internet protocol, and OSI, that is simply the open system interconnection. Okay, reference model. So these models serve as a blueprint for how the data is transmitted and received over the network. Either you are learning cloud computing, then also the network transmission and all is very necessary to be understood, or you are doing the IoT, then also it is very necessary. So this is a really very important topic. So that how the data actually travels on the network. So that is actually discussed when we talk about the models, the OSI and the TCP. So let's talk about the overview of the networking and reference models. When we talk about networking, it is the process of connecting the devices together for the purpose of sharing information, obviously, to ensure the compatibility and interoperability between the different devices. So network means that interconnection of different networks. We will be able to, different devices, you can say, and we will be able to share the data among them. So these models provide the conceptual framework. What are these models? These models actually provide us the conceptual framework for understanding the various layers involved in the network communication. So simply, as I said, that like it is the model which provides us the framework. That means it is a conceptual model, and it gives us a blueprint that okay, how the network is actually working. When we share some data on the internet, when we work on the internet, so how the data is getting transmitted. There are multiple layers through which the data gets transferred, and all those layers are actually having their own dedicated purposes, dedicated work, you can say. So simply, the reference model serves the following key points. OSI reference model, okay? The reference model is simply the open system interconnection model. And there are the different functionalities. The first one is the standardizations. So simply they provide a common language and framework for the network designers, developers, and administrators. So all the people who are connected to the network, who are actually working on the network, they will be able to understand that okay, what is the language, according to that only everybody will be working. There is a common standard language. to communicate, and this is actually the common language. When we talk about the problem solving, so by breaking down the complex process of network communication into smaller and more manageable layers, they help in identifying and resolving the issues. So simply, whenever there is a network connectivity, whenever the data is getting transmitted or transferred over the internet, there is always some, you can say, uh, problems or issues generated. So to manage those issues, the problem is actually broken in multiple parts, you can say. So smaller parts, and those smaller parts are actually helpful to understand and manage the problem. So different layers are there, and that is actually giving the problem solving approach by breaking down the complex process of network communications into smaller and manageable layers. The education, so simply they serve as a valuable tool for teaching also and understanding the networking concept, as I am doing right now, that I am trying to make you understand that how the network works, and that will be helpful with the help of the OSI reference model. Now let's talk about in detail the like OSI. So this is the diagrammatic representation, and here you can see the sender and the built up packets and receiver is present. So the OSI model is a 7-layer model that provide a detailed view of network communication, and each layer performs specific functions and data flows from the application layer at the top to the physical layer at the bottom. So from application layer to the physical layer, what are the different 7 layers? Application layer, presentation layer, session layer, transport layer, network layer, data link layer, and physical layer. If you number them, so the first number will be actually the physical layer. Physical layer is kept on the number 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. First is physical layer, second is data link layer, third is network layer, fourth is transport layer, fifth is session layer, sixth is presentation layer, and seventh is application layer. So application layer is on the top. Application layer is actually the on the user end, from where actually the data is getting transmitted. So either on the sender or on the receiver, on both the ends, these 7 layers are working in every condition. Wherever you are, whatever data, a mail is getting transmitted, a message is getting transmitted, a voice note, a file, whatever. Whenever you are making the connectivity of internet, that time this is working. Now the first layer, as I told, the we will talk about from the top to bottom. So simply the application layer, the topmost layer that interacts directly with the user. As I told you, it is simply for the user interactions, and this provide services like file transfer, email, and remote login. Then the next is the presentation layer. So it handles the data formats and encryption decryption. So whenever the data is getting transmitted over the internet, that time obviously the encryption and decryption of the data is going on. The encryption and decryption of the data will be going on at that time. So this is present. Presentation layer is the if the working of presentation layer is to format the data, encrypt the data. Then the session layer establishes and manages the data transmission sessions actually, and simply it establishes and terminates the session between the communicating devices. So obviously the communication will be between multiple devices, one to one, one to many. So simply there the session starting and termination is actually managed and controlled by the session layer. Then the transport layer, as I told previously also, that UDP is there. So simply user datagram packet. So it ensures the reliability and in the delivery of data, and it includes the protocols like the TCP and UDP. So TCP is a protocol which is present in the OSI model. TCP is the transmission control protocol, and UDP is the user datagram protocol. These are present on the transport layer. That is the fourth layer. Then the network layer. So the network layer simply handles the routing and addressing of the data packets when the data is moving on the network. So their route and their addresses will be divided and decided by the network layer. And it uses the protocols like IP. So here in the transport layer, the UDP and TCP are the protocols. In the network layer, IP, that is the internet protocol, is present in the network layer. Then the data link layer is there. So as the name implies, it deals with the physical transmission of the data frames. So it includes the protocols like Ethernet. So Ethernet is actually one protocol which is included in the data link layer, which is used in the data link layer. Then we have the next one, that is the physical layer, the seventh one. So it defines the electrical, mechanical, and procedural specifications for transmitting bits over the physical medium. So for the transmission of the bits, that means bit by bit, the data will be transmitted over the internet. So when it is said that it is getting transmitted over the internet, so definitely through the physical layer, data link, network, transport, session, presentation, application. This way it is actually going. Okay, the topmost layer is the application layer. It's quite clear that the topmost layer is the application layer, which is present on the user end. So these are the 7 layers. Now the next thing is the TCP/IP reference model. So OSI reference model I have already discussed. Now I am talking about the TCP/IP. So this is the diagrammatic representation. You can see in the TCP/IP reference model there are only 4 layers. The TCP/IP reference model is like modern, you can say modernized, or you can say refined model, which is having only 4 layers: application layer, transport layer, internet layer, and network access. So network access layer 1, layer 2 is internet layer from bottom to top. Okay, and then transport layer and the application layer is there. So TCP/IP model is the 4-layer model that is more closely aligned with the actual implementations of the network, because it is a refined model. See, these are the conceptual model. These are used for the understandability that okay, on which layer what is working or what is actually happening. So it is often considered to be simplified version of the OSI model. Then let's talk about the 4 different layers in detail. So the first one is the application layer. Similar to the OSI application layer, this also have the same functionalities. For the user interaction, it is there. Then transport layer handles the reliable data delivery using the protocols like TCP/IP and TCP and the UDP. So transport layer was having the TCP and the UDP protocols in the case of the OSI reference model also, and these two protocols are there in the transport layer in the case of the TCP/IP model also. Same. Then the internet layer is having the IP. So there we were having the network layer, there the IP was present. But in the case of the TCP/IP model, the internet layer that handles the routing and addressing of the data packets using the IP, that is the internet protocol, which protocol is present here. Then the network interface layer. So it deals with the physical transmission of the data frames, because data is transmitted from one place to another in some frames. Bits are there and bit by bit the data is transmitted. Okay, so let's talk about the comparison of two models. Now, simply the comparative study is quite simple. When we talk about the features, so the number of layers in the OSI model is 7, and simply in the TCP/IP it's 4. The focus in the case of the OSI model is theoretical and conceptual, but the TCP/IP is the refined model, so it is having the practical implementations. So it is a practical and implementation oriented model. Then in the case of the like standardization, so OSI is having the higher standardization and in the TCP lower, because obviously it is having so many different layers for all the concepts. That's why it is having higher standards. Then the relationship to real world implementation. In the OSI, it is less direct because it is a theoretical model, but in the case of the TCP/IP, it is more direct because it is a practical model. So OSI TCP/IP reference model comparative study. I'm just comparative analysis actually, or study. It is the same thing. So the comparative analysis actually consists of the similarities and differences both. The comparative analysis is simply comparing two things. When we are comparing, so it can be similarities also and it can be differences also. So I am talking about the similarities right now. So simply both both the open system interconnection, that is the OSI, and the TCP/IP, that is the transmission control protocol, and the internet protocol model were designed to provide a framework for understanding and implementing the computer networks. So that was simply the common objective of both, either the OSI or the TCP/IP. Then simply the first you can say is addressing similar networking functionalities. Like both model address the fundamental functions required for elective network communication. Okay, so both models address the fundamental functions required for effective network communication. So simply Both are built for the understanding of the network, that they actually deliver the effective network communication. Then the second functionality is data transmission. So it ensures the data is sent from one device to another, and data delivery, so guaranteeing that the data reaches to its intended destination, that is also necessary. Then error control, so detecting and correcting errors that may occur during the transmission. So error control, so these all functionalities are actually taken care in both of them, either the OSI or the TCP/IP, because they all like these all are the similarities. The flow control, managing the rate of data transmission to prevent congestion. So these are the similarities. Now let's compare and contrast these models in very detail. So, common layers are like application layer, transport layer, network layer, and data link layer. So these are anyhow common. Name can change, but their functionalities are common. But yes, application, transport, network, and data link layer is similar. So in the one model it is data link, and another model is physical transmission, physical layer. So that is the name interchange. But yes, the functionalities are same. Application layer is on the top. It is a top layer that interacts directly with the user application. Transport layer is responsible for end-to-end communication between the processes. Network layer handles routing the data packets across networks. And data link layer is concerned with physical transmission of data frames over the physical link. The differences, if we talk about, so the number one is number of layers. OSI has 7 layers, whereas the TCP/IP has 4 layers. So the second difference is functions of corresponding layers. What functionalities are different? So session layer in the OSI model, it is present. So it handles the session establishment, management, and like termination, which is often integrated into the transport layer in the TCP/IP. Then the presentation layer in the OSI. So it deals with the data formats and encoding, which is typically handled at the application layer in the TCP/IP. Then the standardization, if you talk about, so the OSI model actually is a standardized model developed by the International Organization for Standardization, that is ISO. So it is also known as the ISO OSI reference model or OSI ISO reference model, which is providing a formal framework for network protocols. And the TCP/IP is a de facto standard with widely adopted, you can say adopted and implemented without formal standardizations. So simply these are the differences. If you go for the visual comparison, so the exact mapping between the OSI and the TCP/IP layers can vary depending on the specific implementations, because obviously there are 7 layers, there are 4 layers, so that is the difference. Major difference, because there are so many layers which are present in OSI which are not present in the TCP/IP. However, the general relationship between the two models is illustrated in the diagram. And diagram I have already shown you, and I will show you once again. Simply, in conclusion, OSI and TCP model serve similar purposes and different purposes. Both the things are there, but ultimately these are standardizations. These are the rules which are used for the network configuration, implementation, and configuration. Okay, design, implement, and troubleshoot. Here it is. Okay, so this is the OSI model, obviously. So this is the diagram for the TCP/IP reference model. This is very common diagram, which you can find anywhere. Now, if I talk about the OSI model, so simply the open system interconnection, that is the OSI reference model, is a conceptual framework that defines the layers of communication in the computer network. And it provides a standardized way to understand and design network protocols and systems. Here you can see, first one is the physical layer. And simply the functions of the physical layer, I tried my best to keep the images here for you to understand it in a deeper manner, because these are the conceptual part. So simply the function is bit transmission, and it sends individual bits over a physical medium, copper wire, fiber optical cable, wireless, that is the Bluetooth and all, any. But yes, it is simply for the bit transmission. Signal encoding, the physical layer I am telling, the functionalities of the physical layer. So it converts the digital data into the electrical signals that can be transmitted. Then the media access control, so it regulates the access to the physical medium. And the fourth is the repeaters and hubs are the devices which are basically used when you are talking about the physical layer. So when we talk about the physical layer, so the repeaters and the hubs are the devices which gets used. Then the next one is the data link layer. So in the data link layer, the framing is done. It divides the data into frames for the transmission purpose. Error detection and correction is done in the data link layer. It detects and corrects errors in the transmitted data. Flow control is managed in the data link layer, so it regulates the rate of transmissions to prevent the congestion. And switches and bridges are the devices which are basically used in the case of the data link layer. Then the next one is the network layer. So here you can say the logical addressing is done in the network layer. Logical addressing like IP addresses to the devices are allocated. Then simply the routing is there, so it determines the best path for the data packets to reach their designation. Network layer is simply for the routing purposes. Firstly, the addresses are given, then the routing is done. So simply it will be decided that from where the data will be getting transmitted to where. Packet switching, it breaks the data into the packets and route them independently. So packets will be prepared in the data link, in the network layer only. In the network layer, the packets will be prepared, the addresses will be written on them, and then it will be routed to their designated addresses. And the devices which are used on the network layer is simply the routers. It is just like the postman service, postal services, you can say. Like the postal services, the network layer works. The data is simply divided into the packets, then it is addressed. Addresses are there, then the destination is decided from where till where the data is going to be transmitted, and simply the routers are the devices which are used on the network layer. Then the next is simply, okay, this image where you can see all the working in one liners I have kept here. Okay, now simply the fourth layer, that is the transport layer. So it is reliable for the data transmission, and it ensures that the data is delivered correctly without errors. So errors are already removed in the previous layers, but here also it is simply checked. Flow control, so it regulates the rate of data transmission to prevent the congestions. And multiplexing, so it allows the multiplexing simply multiple applications to share the single network connection. What is the meaning of multiplexing? It allows multiple applications to share the single network connection. And the different protocols which are used here, TCP, UDP. So TCP is simply the transmission control protocol. I have already told about it, that it is used in the transport layer. And UDP is the user datagram protocol, which is used in the case of the transport layer. Then the next one is session layer, which is positioned here. You can see the positioning is there in the image. So the functions are simply establishing, managing, and terminating the session between communicating devices. Establishing, firstly, that session will be established between the sender and the receiver, then it will be managed, and it will be terminated when the data transmission has been done. Synchronization of data is there. The next thing is the presentation layer. So like data encoding, so it converts the data into the format that can be understood by the receiving device. That is the encoding of the data, which is done on the presentation layer. Presentation means that how the data will be readable by the receiving end. So encryption is done here, so encrypts the data to protect it from unauthorized access. And the comparison, so compression, so it compresses the data to reduce the transmission time. The data is compressed to reduce the transmission time. That is also done here on the presentation layer, because in that decoding is done here. So simply the encryption is taking place, and encryption actually have the features of compression of the data also. Then the next one is the application layer, definitely. And the application layer provides the service to end users such as the file transmission, email, web browsing, and the different protocols which are used here, the rules which are used here, simply the HTTP, FTP, and SMTP. That is the Hypertext Transfer Protocol, File Transfer Protocol, and SMTP, that is the Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, which are used here. Now, if we talk about the advantages of the OSI reference model, so standardization is there, and it is comprehensive. So it provides a common framework. It provides a common framework for understanding and designing the network system. OSI reference model. It clean separation of concerns. So it divide network functions into distinct layers also. Because there are 7 layers. So this is an advantage because it is making it more easier to analyze and troubleshoot the problems. Today's topic is going to be really very important and a bit of conceptual, but yes, that is really important. That's why we are going to discuss this. I'm going to talk about the malware and physical attack in cybersecurity. Not only the software, but there are physical attacks also, which are there, which create issues in context of the cyber crimes and cybersecurity. So, simply let's talk about some terms which are necessary to be understood. Let's talk about attack. Although everybody knows that what is attack, so it is simply the cyber attack, which is having a malicious attempt to access or damage the computer or network. Simply, you can say. So, cyber attack can be carried out using various methods, including malware, phishing, social engineering, attack with physical access. So there could be many of them. There are so many different ways through which the attack can happen. Network access, web hacking, password attacks. These are the different types of attacks which are present. SQL injection is there, zero day exploit is there, social engineering, botnets, cryptojacking. There are so many actually. Session hijacking is also there. Now, when there is attack, so simply there is a concept of defense also to be understood. So when we talk about defense, defense means simply the, like you can say, practice, strategy, or technique used to protect the digital for information. So defense is simply security, how you are like protecting your data and hardware devices, your network from the cyber attack. So cyber defense and cyber security refers to the practice, strategy, and technologies used to protect digital information and infrastructure from cyber threats and attack. So simply like physical security is there, cryptography is there, operating system security, hardware security, network security, web security, company security policies are there for the company's data. So there are different ways to secure your system, and these are having different, these all type of security are having different types of tools also for each of them. And employee awareness is also necessary in the organization to make the security properly happening in the system, in the organization itself. Then simply when we talk about the malware, as the name implies, like malware, I told you previously also, malware is nothing but it's a malicious software. It is a malicious software that can damage or steal data from the device, and it can also disrupt the normal use of the device also. If we talk about that, how does malware work? So malware can be delivered to, like to a device through USB drives, external hard drives, or infected websites even. So malware can also be spread through the drive-by downloads, which automatically download programs from the malicious websites actually. And malware can be attached to a document or the file that support macros. So how can malware affect a device if we talk about? So malware can like simply lock a device or make it unusable. Malware can steal, delete, or encrypt the data in some format which we do not know and we are unable to decrypt it. Malware can take control of a device to attack other organizations. Malware can use services that may cost money even, like ransomware, as you must have heard about. I have discussed about it previously. So simply, if I talk about that, how can anyone tell that device is infected with malware or not? So simply so slow computer performance is there, like computer or the system will be working slow. It will be slowed down, and browser redirect to different websites which are not actually searched for. Infection warnings comes, and problems shutting down or starting up your computer again and again can be happening. Frequent pop-ups also come. Missing disk space, it says that okay, this disk is not available, although that disk is there. So that kind of error can be coming, issues can be coming, and an increase in the internet activity that your account, like you can't account for. Actually, you don't know that your system is automatically using the internet, and some malicious act is happening. So the settings of your browser also change in that condition, so you can identify through that. So stealing of the sensitive information, deleting the files, and simply they are usually developed in C++ languages. So malware is the collective name for the number of malicious softwares variants, including virus, ransomware, and spyware. And shorthand for malicious software it is. Malware typically consists of code developed by cyber attackers designed to cause extensive damage to data and systems or gain unauthorized access to the network. Now, when we talk about the virus, so virus is a type of malware. So let's talk about what is virus. A computer virus is a type of malware that is designed to spread from one device to another, and it can damage a device, steal data, or alter how the computer functions. So there are different types of computer viruses like resistant virus, non-resistant virus, multi-partite partite virus, and data action viruses are there, direct action viruses, macro viruses are there. So a computer virus is a malware attached to another program, such as a document, which can replicate or spread after an initial execution on the target system where human interaction is required. So many viruses are harmful and can destroy data, slow down the system, resources, and lock keystrokes. Then the next type of malware which comes, that is worms. So worm is again a type of malware that spread across the network by replicating itself. So it can cause serious damage to the system and network. Now, how do worms spread if you talk about? So simply like phishing, peer-to-peer networks, social media, instant messaging, external devices also. So simply, like when we talk about phishing, so worms can be spread through fraudulent emails that look authentic actually. When we talk about peer-to-peer network, so worm can spread through file sharing network. Social media, if we talk about, so worm can spread through social media platforms. Instant messaging, so simply worms can spread through instant messaging platforms. And the external devices simply, so worms can spread through USB sticks and external hard devices. So the hard drivers you can say. So there are different types of worm like internal worms, email worms, and instant messaging worms. And simply most of the time it is spread through the network. File sharing worms are there. ICR worms, that is internet related chat related worms are there. Now the next thing which comes into the picture, that is the adware actually. So like adware is a type of malware that displays unwanted ads on the device. So it can also collect information about users to target them with customized ads. And how adware can affect your device? It can slow down your device, disrupt your online activities, create security vulnerabilities. Okay, so simply like you have to take care of this thing also. Like this can adware gets on the computer by installing a free computer program or app without realizing its content aware actually. And vulnerabilities in your software and operating system can be a reason. Apps in popular category like entertainment and gaming apps are there which can be dangerous, and adware actually. So it's a software that displays advertisement and collect data. Then it comes at what is spyware. So spy, as the name implies, spy, someone is keeping an eye on you. Spyware is a malicious software that gathers data about you without your consent. Nobody knows that someone is stealing your data. You don't know about it. It can be used to steal financial information, password, and other personal data. And spyware can also harm your computer. And there are different types of spywares like adware, keyloggers, rootkit, browser hijackers. information stealers, info stealers, they are known as, like stalkerwares are there. So it monitors your screen, webcam, voice recorder, media files, keyloggers. For example, Havex, you can check the website Havex, and Alien Spy, you can read about it. Then keyloggers, as the name implies, it will be logging the keystrokes. So keylogger is a type of malware or the hardware that records keystrokes on the computer or any device. So keyloggers are used to steal sensitive information like passwords and credit card numbers. And keylogger work with the help of software. Software keyloggers are there. They are installed as a program on the computer, and these are the most common type of keylogger. Whereas there are hardware keyloggers also. They are like physical devices that are connected to the computer's keyboard or installed inside it. And hackers use keyloggers to steal password and other sensitive information. Employees use keylogger to monitor employees' activity, and parents use keyloggers to monitor their children internet usage. So keylogger is insidious form of spyware only, and you enter sensitive data onto your keyboard believing nobody is watching, but actually it will be taken by the software or hardware. So keyloggers are activity monitoring software programs that give hackers the access to your personal data. After that, the Trojanware comes into the picture. So Trojan horse name is the name of exactly the name of this malware. Trojan horse is a type of malware that appears to be legitimate program, but it is actually designed to harm our user's computer. And the attackers use social engineering to trick users into the like downloading the Trojan. Trojans are often hidden in email attachments and free downloads. And once downloaded, the Trojan executes the malicious code that the attacker has designed actually. The Trojan horse is a malware which misleads user of its true intent. For example, RAT, like it is a remote access Trojan, and it is a malware program that includes a backdoor for administrative control over the target computer. Rats are usually downloaded invisibly and like with a user request program, such as a game or sent as attachment actually. So simply, let's talk about the rootkit in detail, which is a type of Trojan only, as I said. So rootkit is the type of malware that allows the criminals to gain access to computer without being detected. And rootkits are designed to hide their presence and can be difficult to remove even. If we talk about that how the rootkit works, so a rootkit can install malware that steals sensitive information like passwords and credit card numbers. And rootkit can disable security software. Rootkit can launch distributed denial of service, that is DDoS attack. Rootkits can intercept user keystrokes. Rootkit can delete operating system code or other files even. Rootkits are very dangerous in easy words if you say. So simply science of rootkit is like blue screen error, unusual web browser behavior, slow device performance, Windows setting changed without permission, and web page does not function properly. And if we talk about that how to detect a rootkit, so run a rootkit scanner using the antivirus software. Properly you should power down the computer and run a scan from the from a clean system, and use behavioral analysis to look for rootkit like behaviors. Okay, like this is very important. And the rootkit is simply a malicious software that allows an unauthorized user to have privileged access to the computer and to restrict areas of its software even. So simply antivirus disabler, password stealer, DDoS attack, these all things happen due to the rootkit installation by them itself. Then the next thing which comes into the picture, that is the botnet. I have talked about botnet before also, but yes, let's talk about it in more detail in other perspectives. So botnet is a network of interconnected devices that are infected with malware and controlled by a hacker. And the hacker can use the botnet to launch cyber attacks such as spam, DDoS attack, and data theft. So how does a botnet work? So the hacker infects devices with the malware. The hacker controls the infected device remotely. And then the hacker uses the infected device to carry out cyber crimes. For example, spam, DDoS, data theft. Like spams are there, botnets can send spam emails to the to that contain malicious attachment and physical or phishing links actually. So simply DDoS can also be happening, like botnets can overwhelm the target with traffic of multiple sources, making it unable to handle the legitimate request. And data theft is like a botnet can be used to steal data such as credit card numbers. Now, how to prevent against botnets? So keep all system updated with antivirus and other software updates and patches, and back up your data to the cloud before taking any action. Reset your device to its factory settings. That is the requirement to be done at the end. Now let's talk about physical attacks. Attacks with physical access. So simply, like physical attacks are the attacks that involve penetrating the physical security protection information system in a facility, like with low physical security or public access. It can be as simple as walking into the building and sitting down at a computer. So simply, like there are some types of physical attacks, like one of them is dumpster diving. Dumpster diving is very popular kind of physical attack. And dumpster diving is a cybersecurity attack where a hacker goes through trash to find sensitive information. And this information can be used to launch social engineering attack or to gain access to the computer system. Like in the offices, in the companies, there is trash outside the like office. And that time, like sometimes there are, you can say, some pages, some paper where some email ID, contact numbers are written, or some old employee details are there. So simply hacker look through the trash for document like bills, invoices, and medical records. And they can also find information on deleted documents from the computer and phones. Hackers can use this information to gain access to online accounts, make unauthorized transactions, or steal identities. So, what can hacker find in trash actually? Like personal information like name, address, society, like social security numbers and credit card numbers, debit card numbers, financial records like bank statement, loyalty cards, invoices, intellectual properties like trade secrets and like property information, corporate information like organizational chart, phone lists, and calendars, employee records like personal finance, like personal files, employee contract and salary details. So simply, this is the way that how dumpster diving works. In the world of information technology, dumpster diving is a technique that is used to retrieve information that could be used to carry out the attacker on a computer network. Dumpster diving isn't limited to the searching through the trash for obvious treasures like access code or passwords written down on the sticky notes. And diving into dumpster is in search of valuable information, and it can give phone numbers, email addresses, employee information, company information. So this is very important concept of dumpster diving actually. Then the next thing which comes into the picture, that is walk-in. So when we talk about the walk-in means someone is going inside. Where there is no physical security or public access, the attacker may choose to simply walk into the building. There is no security guard, so the person can get into it and find a system to access or attempt penetration. Then seek in. Seek in, as the name implies, seeking in, sorry, sneak. So sneak in is simply like attacker may sneak into the building and not get caught. So a person can get into the building, nobody is actually able to check that okay, some person who is not legitimate user of the computer system or not authorized are coming into the organization, and they just check that what others are doing, what is their timings and everything. So that can be there. Seeking is such kind of attempt. Someone is just keeping an eye on some employee or some like maybe the manager, director, or anyone. Next thing which comes into the picture, that is the tailgating. So tailgating, as the name implies, Tailgating is simply the social engineering attack, where an unauthorized person follows an authorized person into the restricted area in an organization or something in a company. And it's a common cybersecurity threat that can lead to theft, scam, and cyber attacks. And simply it works by exploiting the human behavior, like tailgating exploits human habits, such as being, you can say, being trusted, or others things like people, how they talk and all, and gaining access and using a device actually. So this way they will be tailgating and they will be getting the information. Now, when unauthorized person follow the authorized individual to enter the secured area, that is known as tailgating. Break-in is simply getting into by breaking the doors or windows. Then damage equipment. So in some attacks, the mission of the attacker might be simply to disable some like key piece of the equipment by damaging it or destroying it. And it might not be the main mission, but could be the part of the mission. Then shoulders like surfing comes. That means simply a person is seeing your passwords like just by spying behind your shoulder, like beside your shoulder, simply standing beside you, you can say. So that's why we should always hide our passwords while typing on the ATM machines even. So the practice of spying on the user of a cash dispensing machine or other electronic devices in order to obtain their personal, you can say, information like identification number, passwords, etc. So I hope whatever I have discussed that is clear to you and you have gained some new insights. Encryption in cybersecurity is really very important. Encryption is a key cybersecurity measure that protects data from unauthorized access and cyber attacks. It scrambles the data using unique codes and making it unreadable to the hackers, you can say. So simply we have to talk about some basic terminology related to the encryption, which is already like important, like clear text. So clear text is known as plain text, and it is an unencrypted readable text. Okay, it is unencrypted readable text. The normal text, the normal message is simply considered to be the clear text. Then the cipher text. So simply the encrypted text which is formed after the encryption algorithms and run over a plain text is known as the cipher text. So cipher text is basically encrypted. Then encryption key. So simply that key which is used to, like simply it is the encryption key which is used to encrypt or decrypt the data. There are different kind of keys, private key, public key. So simply that's another point that we shall discuss. But yes, the meaning of encryption key is it is basically the key which is used to encrypt or decrypt the data, which is called as encryption key. When we talk about encryption, it is the process of converting the data into the ciphertext that would not be understood by any unauthorized person. So simply the purpose of converting the like data into the ciphertext or the encrypted format is that another person, like unauthorized person, is not able to understand it. That is the purpose. If I talk about that, how does encryption work? Encryption uses unique codes to scramble the data. Only those with an encryption key can access the data's true information, and encryption protects against data in like you can say interception, data breaches, and various forms of cyber attack. So simply to decrypt the encrypted file, a person needs to have access to the secret key or the password, you can say, that enables to decrypt it. And the major use of encryption is to protect the sensitive information during the transmission and storage. So when you are like, you know about the WhatsApp, which is end-to-end encrypted. So simply that means that your message is secure throughout the transmission. That is the encryption. Now, the key objective of encryption is authentication. Simply, the origin of the message could be verified by the receiver, and no other user would be able to send that message to the recipient as a legitimate sender. So, simply, whoever has sent the message, that person will be able to, like, that is the legitimate person. No other one no person can actually pretend it to be. So simply the data integrity is like necessary to be maintained. That means once the message is received, the receiver can check whether the message is modified during the transmission. So here, like I'm giving the example of WhatsApp because not only WhatsApp but other messengers also have this feature that simply we are able to understand that okay, the message is delivered, the message is read, the message is edited, the message is deleted. All those things we are able to check. So that is the concept of data integrity. So simply that is the data integrity, that once the message is received, the receiver can check whether the message was modified during the transmission or not. Like actually, receiver can check. This is in context of encryption. If you check, there are some codes of each message. So that message code, if you match like from the sender and receiver, then if there is any change, so that can be easily identified. Okay. So simply next is the non repetition. That is a really very important concept. So simply when we talk about non-repetition, the sender of the message under no circumstances cannot be able to deny that they have sent a message. So a person cannot say that I have not sent any message, I have not made any call. Kind of calls are also encrypted. So simply you have to agree upon your act. You can't deny that okay, I have not sent, or the receiver cannot say that I have not received. So encryption basically, if I talk simply, you can say is a security technique which is used to protect the data by converting it into the unreadable format called the ciphertext, using an encryption algorithm and a key, and only authorized users within the correct disk like decryption key can convert the ciphertext back into the readable data, that is known as the plain text. Then only the person will be able to read it. No. So encryption is widely used to ensure that the data confidentiality, integrity, and security is maintained in various applications, including online banking, secure messaging, and cloud storage even. And there are different types of encryption that we shall talk about. So the primary uses of encryption is protecting users' credentials, safeguarding the sensitive information, providing a secure channel to communicate, and providing a higher level of trust during the file transfer. So simply as it is used in various purposes for the various purposes, either it is banking, secure messaging, or cloud storage even, and it assures the sender's identity also. So that is the primary use or purpose you can say of encryption. Then there are different types like symmetric encryption, asymmetric encryption, and hash function. Okay. So simply this you can see this is actually the diagrammatic representation of the symmetric encryption. Symmetric encryption uses a single key for both encryption and decryption. For example, AES, DES are some examples you can say of symmetric encryption. Here you can see this is the plain text and the encryption is getting done with the help of the secret key. So there the secret key is same key. The encryption is done, so this hash like ciphertext is generated, and then the decryption is also done with the same key on the other end. Same password you can say kind of is getting used. That is symmetric encryption. When we talk about asymmetric encryption, so here two different keys are there. Like it uses a pair of keys, a public key and encrypt like for encryption and a private key for decryption. RSA and ECC are the two different examples of asymmetric encryption. Here, a pair of keys are used, a public key for encryption and private key for decryption. So here, plain text is getting encrypted by the public key. And this is, you can see, denoted with the color also, green color here. And the other key, the secret key, is getting used to unlock this message, to convert it into the plain text once again. Now, when we talk about the hash function, so here you can see the diagrammatic representation. Here you can see the input is there, then the hash function is applied, and this is hash sum. Similarly here also, and this is the unique value. The hash function is basically a mathematical algorithm that converts the input data of any size into the fixed length of string. This value is unique and different, but it is fixed. And this is known as the hash value or digest also. Hash digest in the coding with Python when you apply, so it is known as hash digest. It is widely used in cryptography data like cryptography, data integrity verification, and password storages. And the key properties, if you talk about of hash function, is simply the same input always produces the same output. If you simply check this, so it will be giving this only. The input will be returned, you can say. Okay, so simply fixed output size is there. Regardless of the input size, the hash value is always of a fixed length. For example, in the SHA-256, it always produces a 256-bit hash. Okay, it is example of this hashing only, because SHA is simply hashing algorithm. And fast computation also, you get like efficiently compute the hash value of any given input. Pre-image resistance is also there. That means it should be computationally inversible to reverse the hash and obtain the original output, as I said. And the collision resistance is also there. That means no two different inputs should produce the same hash. This is always unique. This is always unique. So avalanche effect is also there. Like a small change in input should like drastically change the output of the hash. If dot is also put, so it will change the hash. And some common, like you can say, algorithms are like SHA, as I told you, SHA-256, that is the secure hashing algorithm 256. It is of 256 bit. It produces the output of 256 bit. And SHA-1 is there, secure hash algorithm 1. So 160-bit hash code is generated, and it is outdated due to the security risk. MD5 is there, that is the message digest algorithm 5, and it is like 128-bit hash, but considered weak due to the vulnerabilities. Best one is like SHA-256 only. Okay, so now I would like to move further and talk about the digital signature concept. Digital signature is again one concept of encryption only. Here the encryption is getting used, you can say. It is a kind of example for you. So digital signature is a cryptographic technique which is used to verify the authenticity, integrity, and origin of the digital message or the document. So it acts like an electronic fingerprint, ensuring that the data has not been altered and confirming the sender's identity. So digital signature usually implement the asymmetric encryption in order to simulate the security properties of a signature in digital instead of using the written format. So there are two keys involved in this process because it is using the asymmetric encryption, a private key for the signing of the message and a public key for the verifying of the signature. The digital signatures are mostly used in the electronic signature implementation most of the time. Here you can see the working of digital signature. Sender is simply signing the message, which is like applying it the hashing algorithms, hash values generated, and sender private key is generated. And then this is like simply for like moved further, and when the receiver will be receiving it, so sender public key will be actually used to decrypt that particular message whatever has been sent. And digital signature like basically like a user generates a pair of cryptographic keys, like a public key and a private key. Private key is kept secret and public key is shared with others. Okay, according to your private key, the public key will be there, and the public key everybody will be knowing. But what is the internal detail or the relative relevant private key for that? That is private. That is secret. So the sender uses their private key to generate a unique digital signature for a message or document by hashing the data and encrypting the hash. And the receiver uses the sender's public key to decrypt the signature and compare with the newly computed hash of the received data. And if they match, the data is verified as authentic. If we talk about that, what are the benefits of digital signature? So authentication, integrity, and non-repetition is also there. So authentication is simply like confirms the sender's identity. Integrity is that it ensures the data has not been tampered with. And non-repetition, if I talk about, so the sender cannot deny signing the document, that I have not sent any document, I have not signed any document. That is not possible when you are applying these digital signature or you can say cryptography techniques. So simply encryption is journal, like in journal, the process of converting the data into the ciphered data. Symmetric encryption use just a single key for both encryption and decryption. Asymmetric key uses two or multiple keys for encryption and decryption, known as private key and public key. For encryption, private key; for decryption, public key. And hashing function is a way, like one way encryption method where a ciphered data cannot be reversed back. So the digital signature is an implementation of the asymmetric cryptography. Okay, so that's about the encryption. I hope this much is clear and you have gained something new out of it. If you have any query, you can tell me.